Yeah, what's good, everybody? That's right. Day two from yesterday. And welcome to the Mr. Blows Your Mind show. Man, that was a long show yesterday, man. 4 hours. Man. I was not trying to put that kind of time in, even though it was edifying. And I got to talk to some people who were very informative, and we learned a lot and we expressed a lot. But that's what this platform is all about, because it's always been about race. So the topic for the night, before I get to that, I better get my spiel out the way, right? No, I got to do that first. So first and foremost, I got to say what's good to my subscribers that are in the house. What's up, fam? Passerbys, welcome. Hopefully you hit that like button or dislike. Agents, do what you do, because that's what they pay you to do, right? So again, hello and welcome to the Black Minds News. I'm your host, the whiteologist, Mr. Blows Your Mind. This channel is to report, transmit, communicate, reiterate, decode, unveil, spread the news, whether it's by news, video, website, or quotes from publication. As I articulate this information, I ask that the Creator of the universe be present. And in honor of all the ancestors who created in this land, the greatest people who ever produced in this land, as they call the greatest country on this planet, as the United States, I and you and we give honor. You know why? Because the truth don't need no partner. And you know what my motto is? I'm not going to tell you what I heard. I'm going to tell you what I know. All right. So how deep does hate go? How deep does the hate go? You know, every day we see some form of it. A lot of us kind of just, we see things and we try to be on the positive side of life. So we don't let negativity enter into our lives, because again, negativity brings you off balance, right? You're kind of off balance when it's like that. So a lot of people try to live their life in a way that negativity has no relevance in their life. But is that a reality is what you got to ask yourself. There's always, they call it duality in life, right? There's always, you can get yes and you can get no, you can get hot, you can get cold, you can get day, you can get night, you can get up, you can get down, right? There's always, again, because why? That makes things balance. And then when things are too much out of whack in one side more than the other, if you was looking at it from a, let's say from a biological aspect, you would become sick, right? Maybe that's what done happened when we look at this country as a body. Maybe it's saturated too much. Maybe it would be considered acidic, right? Acidic. It needs to be balanced. It needs to be more alkaline so it can have optimum health. But, acid does what? It eats and deteriorates, right? So we have to ask ourselves, how do we balance when we're saturated? Because hate seems to be so deep. Is there a bottomless pit to hate? Because it seems that on the other side of that, happiness is only for the moment. People try to maintain that as much as they can, but it seems to something you fight to just try to keep that existence, right? But that hate, boy, that hate goes, and it seems like it can just go on and on and on. It's kind of like when you ever seen that movie, The 300, right? You remember that scene when the messenger come, which he was a Moor, right? He was a Moor. And he came to give Leonidas the message that was told to him. And then they had a choice. It was either get down or lay down. So Leonidas looks at his queen. She give him the nod like, do what you got to do, my king. So what ended up happening? Somehow the messenger and his people were by the pit. And on the 1, 2, 3, they pulled out their staff. And down they kicked the niggas down into the damn depths of the pit. And they were just falling and falling. And all you got to see is it got dark. You don't know how far they was falling. And that's how hatred is. It is deep to the fact that how deep does it go? Well, I'm going to start off and show you something because, see, again, we have to look at it like this because that's what we live in. This is the climate we live in. This is the country. Even though as much as we may love this place that we call home, doesn't mean that our house doesn't have some effects. It has pests and termites and roaches and mice. And so we have to call in the Orkin. Come on in. Why don't you do some pest control for me? And when it gets to that point where that can't work, who do you call on then? Well, let's put it like this. I'm going to give you in a row. Right? I'm going to play these in a row. And we're going to start off the show with this. And just sit back for a second and check it out. Let's see how it's going to go tonight. Okay, so that was a little rendition about what had taken place over the few days, and it's about. I know a lot of people have their issues with Don Lemon and some things he might have said, uh, but you know when you in the business of truth telling, right, or supposedly facts being stated, there's a saying that when you throw rocks into a crowd of dogs, the dog that get hit is the one that's going to make noise. And so the one thing about truth, again, truth has a, you know, it's positive and there's a negative to it, right? It's liberating to that who needs to validate, and the one that is offending becomes angered by it. And so, in the climate of this nation, it seems like battle lines and people are being more fervent as into this place of this depth of where this, you know, feeling is coming from. That lashing out, that one who does seem to make that as something normal. That if somebody is telling lies, do I go to the extent to talk about taking them off the planet? What would be my reasoning to have somebody off the planet because they're lying on me? Do I give it the attention, or is it an opposite as to that I'm saying something that am I exposing you? Am I lifting the cover off you? We all subjective, or we all are susceptible. I guess they put it this way: we all have the ability to be the cover lift when we do things that are not appropriate, and we don't like to be exposed. But if you're on the other side of it, how else do you try to prevent? Because again, there's people who say they want peace in this land. There's one video I played the other day as a gentleman who talked about peace. But how can there be peace when it's, again, as I said earlier, about a body and a body being off balance because too much acidic, right? Acid in the body makes it off balance and make you become sick. So you have to bring the pH level to balance it off so that you can bring your body back to optimization. But see, some people feel like, well, maybe we could extricate that part. Like, let's say for people who take chemotherapy, they say, well, let's go in, radiate the cancer, extract it. But then there's times that may work, but then there's part that you didn't get it all. And what have happened is it comes back and spreads and even worse, right? So you have to find a way that it can cure it entirely. But the problem is that what you're trying to get rid of is fighting for its existence too. And so here it was that a man who does a job that, again, like police officers have jobs. And you see, they do things that sometimes it may go against their own, we say hypothetically, go against what they may really believe in. But again, the job entails that there's time I may have to defend or take someone's life. But the same thing in any job. But in a job that tells truth, it is what it is. And why do some people have such a disdain and hate that they're willing to go to their full extent to remove you because of things you are saying, though you know what they're saying are true? So we see that Don Lemon had lost his sister prior to, for those who probably didn't hear about it, that just prior to, he had lost his sister that mysteriously had drowned in a river. You know how sisters is with their head. They ain't trying to get in no water. But mysteriously, his sister somehow had drowned, and he was dealing with that. Then it was not too long after that that the video that you seen where he talked about how he felt about who were the biggest threats in the United States. Matter of fact, Wochit had already said that and published that. Matter of fact, if you go back in my videos, you'll see that I also published that as well. That they said this. Don Lemon just works for a company. He's not the one that, you understand? This stuff is published by the institutions who actually control all this. And they came up with that information. So why aren't you upset with those particular people? But because it's coming out of the face of something that's in opposition to you, and when it's coming out you can't take, well, again, people become agitated and they do a whole lot of things. So here it was on a call-in show that this person called in and said, you know, that he started the war because they're saying these things, and that because we voted for this particular individual that we all have to be. Well, if that's not true, then that should be like oil and water should roll off your chest. Like, I ain't got nothing to do with me. But to utter the words that when I see, I have to take you off the planet. Where in the depthness of you and hatred, where is that coming from? Huh? See, to self-evaluate yourself, sometimes you will misdiagnose because, again, can you actually be true to yourself? Or do you need somebody outside of yourself to evaluate you and tell you, hey, man, you know, they say, pull you by your coattail. Hey, bruh, that shit went cool, you know. Shit like that, right? So how deep is this hatred? How deep is it? Well, you know, the biggest story that's been going on today, as I'm going to go on to the next part here. You know, the next biggest story that was going on today is what took place also in California, for those who probably didn't hear about that, right? Again, the fever, the pitch of this depthness of where this stuff is coming from, I think kind of like cancer, it done ran its course where it's now, it's out of hand. You done chemo, it didn't work. You done gave remedies and medication, it's not working. And it seems to just go on and on and on. Well, let me show you what took place today for those who might not have seen it. Here you go, check it out.
I'm in there with those folks, and we're committed to
Okay, and so that was the California shooting today that took place or was reported today. And again, as we're talking about how deep is this hate, that again, there seems to be no safe haven. Everywhere is fair game. Doesn't matter where you are at, what you could be doing, who you are with, and no matter even if it's in a public venue, everything is on the menu. So what is the driving force? Everybody keeps saying that it's something to do with the climate, has something to do with people being put in positions of power, or was this something that always existed? You know, did a scab get pulled off and it's still bleeding profusely? Huh? There's no actual cure because it's one of those wounds that no much how you bandage it, no much how much ointment you put on it, you can't really get it to heal because it keep pulling the scab. And because what done transpired in the last, let's say right now, 10 years, in the last 10 years in this land, something has stuck in the crawl and made people just lose their fucking mind. Yeah, I said that. Losing their fucking mind. And what is it attributed to? Is race that significant? What is being taught to people and what are they learning that some people say, well, this issue isn't about race. Oh, yeah. Somewhere in it, believe me, it exists. Because it exists because that is the foundation of what this country was founded on. And so this hatred, and people feel like they're losing something, and what they dare and hold as they believe in their duty, they want to make change in the way that they've seen fit for whatever, vision they have. And so innocent people are losing their lives. And it's like, eventually, if it hasn't touched you, eventually it touches you. So what is the nation going to do about the depthness of the hatred? You're going to keep on? You're going to keep claiming and doing? When are you going to be able to deal with the psychosis of maybe your own race and find out that maybe we need to deal with this because it's getting out of hand? Matter of fact, when I was reading this story, originally was reading it, I kind of seen that the Tamara, the twins, they used to play that sister. I think it was her husband, niece, that got caught in that as well, right? Didn't California just have something on the laws they was talking about with the handgun and passing a bill to either regulate, or it was something that just was in them laws that they just passed this to the fact, again, we just had the election. Just had the election. That heightened a lot of people didn't like what's happening, and then there's something building as to one aspect is trying to do something because that's why they want to make sure they had control over the one part of the wing, right? So you got your Senate and your House. And so the climate is building because the moves that might be made. And some people are already, because again, ignorance just means they don't know. So they're going off certain feelings about things and they're just reacting on their hatred, and people are becoming caught through it. Might be too late, y'all. Might be too late to do any eradication of what done happened because this been going too long. And there's a certain people in this land who definitely can give you the history of what has been done to themselves. And if they've been enduring it all this time, don't try to blame it on the fact that somebody just getting in office has all of a sudden it's become this. It has always been here, and you know it has always been here. But guess what? Blame it on somebody else. Make them to be what you know that most of you hold dear in that pit of where that stuff come from, right? So let's take a quick 2-minute quick break, and let me change the tone in here because I don't want to do no more. So I'm going to take a quick 2-minute, be right back. Back. Now, we're going to change the tone from that. But again, we're still on that theme. So the hatred and how deep is it? Now, some people say, well, it was certain people who come from a certain background who thought a certain way, and they're getting to a point where they are dying out, right? We could say that. But let's say, for instance, that we look at the little ones, regards to, I guess, what persuasion they're under. If I show you a story and ask you, I tell you a story. See, somebody's young, little. Well, let me play it for you first. How about I do that? Let me show you what I'm talking about. I got a story for you here. Check this out. Sheriff, 10-year-old says she All right, y'all. There's some technical difficulties. Obviously, somebody does not want me to do this story, right? So for some odd reason, they don't want me to do this story, right? That's what we're talking about here. We're talking about hatred, right? See, how deep does it go? See, don't be mad because the simple fact that what will be seen is just what it is. Don't see, that's the issue here. Maybe you have to see to believe. Huh? Maybe you don't want to see that, right? We get it. Nobody wants to see that. But sometimes it is just what it is. And I'm going to try to do it again. Sheriff, 10-year-old says, okay, so that was a story of a 10-year-old girl who, it's kind of hard to even fathom that a 10-year-old who somehow is, I guess, watching the 6-month-old and, drops the baby hits the head of a stool and starts to cry. Now, pain comes in variations of, of pain, right? And so, as a baby, you don't know. So the baby is probably, screaming and boiling and bawling and everything else. And here's the 10-year-old not having we would think a 10-year-old would at least understand that. But again, we don't know. We weren't there. But the little girl said she panicked. She couldn't get the baby to stop. and stumped the baby out in the head. The depthness of hatred. What was it that, again, the compassion? Matter of fact, where was the parenting? Who else should have been there, right? Where did that come from? Matter of fact, when the officials got there and then they observed the injuries, they said that couldn't have been no accident. They charged her with first degree. Did you hear that? First degree. Not accidental. So this was malicious intent. And at 10 years old, we got to throw the book at you. So obviously, this crime was so heinous that they basically had to treat this little 10-year-old. Can't even imagine that. But there was something in the little 10-year-old that it went somewhere and it came out and it leashed itself. So is it just something that somebody can just learn amongst just my association of this, you being my parent? Or is this something in the genes that some people just got? So let's go on. Cause see, it don't look good when you do it, but again, it has to be. It's like medicine. You got to see it. You got to taste it. If you want it to have some effect on you to make you be healed. So, check this out. All right. Okay, so there was another story that was done that they said they found at the Vatican doing some remodeling, and come to find out that they find the skeletons of women in the ground. Huh? Not. Don't say the church. Huh? Don't say the church got bones too. What? How deep is hatred? When you, how deep is it, y'all? That they're finding that using this girl that they're talking about in the story was connected to something with a policeman who they said they used her as to prevent because of something they had tried to do to maybe Pope John II, kept her and passed her around and claimed she was dead, but they say probably wasn't. So they said these bones here was actually for somebody much older, but the girl he was looking for was 15, but this one is 30. So well, they kept her around and and did all kind of things because of that hatred towards whatever was going between that police officer and what was going on in that Vatican. That hatred is something else, ain't it? It's deep. People will go to the depths to do what they do. So, what do you say for that? Is there any answer for any of that? Is there a cure for it? If there's a cure for it, do we want it? Somebody act like they don't want it. Because it don't matter where you go in this world, it's there. Some people are better at hiding it. Some of us don't have as much as others. Right? So where is this coming from? Well, got another story. And this one here, two parts to this one here. Because, see, you got to ask yourself, see, when people go out their way to show who they are, the old saying is, if somebody tell you who they is, believe it, right? So let's just say historically when we look at certain things and we say, you know what? Man, we've been taught to hate, unbeknownst that even though as a child, you, again, they say like soft clay, you can mold and shape clay. It would be like a child, right? And depending on who the child is around, they will garner that kind of mentality. So let's say, for instance, that a parent is not teaching that. Let's say you as a parent, you're not teaching your child that. But could it be that where you send them to go every day, what they call education, could it be doing it too? Could it be instilling a kind of hatred in them? Well, they did this before, but when you see this one, they did it. I'll let you see it first. Let me show you, then you go from there. All right, so that was the story. Again, how deep is hatred? So you seen in the beginning of the clip, it showed the video, it showed that, again, that test originally was done here in the United States, right? Actually, it had the second version because it was done even earlier than the most recent, which has been some years back. But they actually did it over in Italy, right? Remember, I did Vatican, so I just stayed over there and went in Italy, right? So the Italian kids who are not, let's say, in the United States. So we know the history here in the United States, right? We understand the foundation of what it was built on, the American sin, right? The stain that is permeate this land, that the elephant in the room or the gorilla in the room that nobody wants to address. So let's just see, well, let's try somewhere else. So take it over in Europe. And here's those children. Now, you know the thing about children. Let's say one thing about those who've been around. Remember the show that used to come on with Bill Cosby? Kids say the darndest things, huh? You might be too young in here. You might go look that up. Kids say the darndest things, meaning children say what's really on their heart. They say the truth, right? Matter of fact, sometimes when people were growing up in the old school days, you had certain children who were so truthful that parents used to make them shut their mouth because they would say honestly. You know, kids are like that. For those who read the Bible, it doesn't say minds like children. What do it mean by that? Being that truthfulness, right? But truth has a price, especially when you got so much hatred around you. So here it was, the test was done with children who could not probably, you know, sometimes some people try, like, say, go back in those days when you didn't have, let's say, what they call it, you know, she would answer. They had answer machine, and then you have voicemail. They didn't have, remember them days they didn't have voicemail, right? And the phone rang until somebody stopped calling. Somebody called and doo. That was the busy signal, right? Now, phone ringing, you didn't have call ID, so your ass picked the phone up. Now, say parent, whether it be mom or daddy, and say, you know how you get these bill collectors calling your house. Today you got to call ID. You be like, I ain't fucking picking up that damn phone. Fuck that shit, right? You'll do that, right? In this case, back then you had to pick the phone up. So you let the kid pick the phone up, right? And so here the kid done picked up the phone and talking to the person on the other line. And the person would ask them certain things, and the parent be right there, right? Because they done picked the phone up before they got there, and then the kid being truthful. Oh, she right here. You know what I'm saying? And saying the thing, and then give you the phone, and then the parent looking at it like, you know what I'm saying? You mad at them. What you mad about? But see, those be the beginnings where you start teaching them how to lie, right? You tell the person, I ain't home, but you know, Santa Claus coming down the chimney. We ain't got no chimney, right? You teaching them to lie. But so here it is, you giving the test. Unbeknownst to them, you can't have them, you know, set up and teach them this. You try to do this off the whim. So here it is, they're looking at it and ask them the question, which child is the prettiest child? Which dial is the prettiest dial? Which dial is the ugliest dial? Which dial looks more like you? So they honest, but yet look how young they are. And yet that race hate shit is already instilled in them. How is that possible? Who has infected everybody with this shit? Can we be honest about this? Or are you going to be hateful? You're going to be mad. Now, we're not in the United States. Now you're in Europe. And the same shit there, probably if you took it anywhere that's supposedly diversity, multicultural shit, right? Anywhere you go, that shit is going to rear its head. And you're going to see it. So what is it about somebody, you know, like they say, like if you let's say you have some kind of contagion and got on a plane, they'll arrest your ass when they find out. Because you fucking around, you don't give everybody that shit. Well, somebody is the culprit here. Somebody is the culprit of spreading their bullshit to everybody, and yet we still seem to can't detect who it is. Or is it the fact that we can't say who it is because ass kicking and repercussions come with it? Right? So children are affected as well as grown folks are affected. There's no rest haven. There is no safe zone. So what happens when all this shit is just so permeated and everybody is like that and ground and stuff? If there's any inkling of people who don't have it, you are getting smothered. You're getting smothered with this shit to the fact that you become it. So there needs to be some kind of remedy here. So let me show you some other shit. Again, dealing with children and showing how that shit is deep. Now, this here, this one here, well, I'll let you see it for yourself, and I'll come back with it. Okay? Matter of fact, before I go there, let me see who all in the house. See, there's a nice little crowd out here tonight. I appreciate everybody who came through tonight. Got LaFord Thomas. Was good. Where's the audio? There's no sound. Oh shit! I still got no sound. They done took the sound out. What the? There's still no sound, y'all. Would anybody let me know? Can you hear? No audio. Still no audio. No sound. Still no sound. There's no sound. Still no sound. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Anybody let me know? Give me a 1 or 2. Y'all can't hear me, huh? Ain't that about something? That's terrible. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me? Nothing, huh? Yeah, I know. That's that. All right, I'm gonna play this. Maybe y'all can hear it anyway. Fuck it. I'm gonna do it anyway. Don't matter.
8-year-old Nassan Jones's favorite subject is art, but the 4th grader at West Middle Island Elementary School says while he was working on a self-portrait in art class on Monday, his teacher said something that made a very bad impression. I didn't like how I drew my nose, and
All right, so I'm not sure if you guys are hearing me or not, so let me make a mic check out here. I see I got a 1 from Lorenzo Williams. What's good, brother? Can anybody give me, I'm real low? Yeah, that's not me doing that, y'all. That's them doing that. That's them. So if you can hear me, give me a 1. If I'm low, give me 2. If you can't hear me at all, I guess you can't even give me a 3. I just kind of need to know, because I know I've been noticing that lately too. Now, those who've been seeing me doing, again, I've been on almost about 2-3 months now. My sound was clear. We hear you now. Okay. Right. It's going in and out. Okay. What's good, Killer? You hear me now. Right. So that's what I'm saying. So that's in the background. Again, what's good, Mr. Spencer? Okay. I'm good on your end too. All right. So that's what it is. You know, they again, don't want to see themselves for what the fuck shit they do, but then always want to be deflective and talk about how it's we who doing all the fuck shit, right? You can't find these kind of stories on us. Sporadically, we have some of our people that fall in line, but no. See, that's why I can come every night. Do you know how many stories I do every night? Think about those who come and see me do this, how many stories I produce every night. You get what I'm saying? So I got plenty of content. I got content because this is the foundation. But anyway, so here it is. Again, we're talking about children, honesty in children. Here's a little brother, right? Going to school, art, trying to draw. He want, when you was in school, you try to, be real meticulous. Those who can draw. I was kind of a stick mug. I ain't, I probably do a little bit. I couldn't do too much. Matter of fact, I got a story after this. I tell you about when I was in school with an art teacher. But so here he is in art, trying to do meticulously, draw, trying to get it right. He trying to be like, man, I got this note, but I think you being an art teacher, I know you better than me. So he asked him to do it. So here this teacher decide he gonna make a big nose. Shorty looking at him like, well, why are you making the nose so big? He's like, oh, all African Americans have big noses. Well, you know what that was? Y'all remember y'all seen that? You remember when you watched Malcolm X? Remember that? Remember that scene when they showed you Malcolm X was in the chair? And it was him, just the teacher, and when those students in there, and he said, Malcolm said, I want to be a lawyer when I grow up. He said, let's be realistic. Black people are good with their hands. Jesus was a carpenter. Wouldn't you want to be like Jesus and be like a carpenter? But I want to be, I guess, the best grades. Yes, you're doing well in the school, but a good place for a colored is with his hands. See, that's the same bullshit you seeing right there. But he's doing in this way. And then when he goes home and tell his mother that gets to the grandmother, and then, hey, what's this shit? Well, we're going to do investigation and go. And then again, you know how the investigation go. Tom is fucking Susan, which is probably his sister or some shit. So ain't shit finna happen. But we're going to pretend because we got this damn, what we call administrations, and then we have all these so-called titles of shit that we play like we gonna do some shit, and then they're gonna come back and say, well, he was mistaken. He was, not to say that the onus is falling on the teacher and reprimanding. We're gonna put that shit back on that little shorty. He was mistaken. He didn't, that's not what he was said. And the grandmother, like, you supposed to, because I know some parents who don't believe their children when they tell them shit. Now, see, my motto was, I used to say, if I got your back, I'm like Chucky. I'm there to the end. But if you ever get me in a situation and I find out you lied, you lost the best motherfucker you got on your back. That's how you tell your children, right? So when I go to bat for you and you done told me something, I'm standing on that square. And that's what that grandmother said. She stood on that square. She's like, no, that's some bullshit. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna, and then we're gonna, the remedy is another call. Not the remedy is that she said, no, I want this motherfucker fired. My grandchild's already fucked up. Cause you see he was crying. Right? He had tears. He's scared to go back because he don't know. He too young. See, I guess there ain't no man there because been a man on there be like, 3:15, motherfucker, I'm gonna see your ass outside, okay? We're gonna see who got a big ass nose after I get done with your ass, right? But that ain't what, again, that's hypothetical. I'm not talking about violence, y'all. But, so again, trusting people and people got this bullshit in them and you giving your children to them as if they can infuse that sickness on them. We've seen it with the dolls. You're not seeing it here with a little shorty on some stuff like that. That people got to go and create toys because, again, they're being saturated. Again, this sickness that these people got, this hatred is permeating the world. And as we went all the way to the beginning, that when I started from, and go all the way back to what Don Lemon said, what he said. And that's hate because he said something that, okay, as much as you want to say that we do all this shit, okay, we'll give you some of that credit when you say, black people killing black people. All right, yeah, we've been sick for some time, so yeah, of course. That's going to happen when we confine like rats in a motherfucking place and ain't got much but crumbs to fight over. You're going to have that. But what about this aspect of this other shit that's on the other side and what it's doing? Oh, we just turn a blind eye and act as that shit is not even real. Right? We got to act like that's not real. And so here we have been trusting and taking and putting out, and this shit has been going on for as long as we've been going in these schools. And again, you see, even in Europe, that same mentality of light thou better, dark, and yet these children ain't even lived. They haven't experienced enough to even start getting that kind of shit. But it's there. It's there. But I'm a racist because you want to point that out. No, I have to keep informing my people because I think sometimes you have to sleep at the wheel. You want to pretend and believe that something is different than what they keep showing. They say, if I show you and tell you who I am, you better believe it. And that's the problem. We don't want to believe sometimes. Now I'm going on. What else I got? Well, yeah, this here. This one here, this one here, this one here. Well, yesterday I played this, right? I had played this. I don't know if I'm going to play that part too. I played yesterday that the story that had talked about Minister Louis Farrakhan. And he talked about the termite and how they want to say that all those leaders should be getting away from him and so forth and so on. Well, check out what happened today. Because he's still over there in Iran, right? Some of y'all that probably didn't see this. So let me show you this. Okay. Boy, I tell you. So you see that Minister Louis Farrakhan was still in Iran, and as you was here last night or seen the video I did last night, and I'm apologizing that it was 4 hours, but it was a good 4 hours for those who was there that stayed to the end. It was 4 hours because there was a lot of stuff that was being taught. So if you didn't get to see it, it is in there. But again, so yesterday I showed where I think it was Fox and Friends had a discussion about the statement that Minister Louis Farrakhan had said, as into the term using of termite and so-called death to America. And then I seen the video. I didn't play that video because, again, I said I can't speak Iranian, so I heard what was said. But as I heard Mr. Louis Farrakhan say, he didn't lead because, again, as you heard that individual right there state, he was like that the government wasn't the one who did this. And he said, but this is a people's chant. But, you know, they wrote that said that he led in that again. But you see that they came back today and they posed a question, as you heard what was stated, and asked him, you know, why don't you do it right now? Right? Now, you know, Mr. Louis Farrakhan got to fly back, right? There's about to be some shit happening, right? So you can see how they took him off the air. He was going to read homie his rights. You get what I'm saying? And they took him off the air based on the simple fact that he was explaining, well, this is the people's chant that's there. But somehow they're writing and saying that. So again, setting up again this hatred. How deep does it go? That again, for some of us, and I'm not saying all of us, there's some people who will look at the stuff that the Nation of Islam speak and find some facts, if not all, most facts in some of the stuff that's being said. Then there's other people who on the outside of that will look at that and say that most of the stuff they're saying is a lie. Well, you can't have both. Either it's a lie or the truth, or the half truth, half lies, right? And so, again, the hatred against what sometimes people take stances, again, because you're on the other side of it. But the truth lies somewhere, right? And again, as this show has shown, we went all the way down to children. And children are permeated with something of some kind of spirit that they themselves are saturated with. You see grown folks, and you have, you know, again, when I say this about women, where you see the colorful hair, right, and the blondness of hair and the whole aspect. And remember the night before I showed you where a sister, I still give her the call of a sister, that had them two white babies, right? And had a brother saying that this was his child, and you could see plain as day, they weren't. But she justified by saying she had white people in her family, and then the babies can come out like that, even though both of you are melanated people. That's sickness, that you even thought you could even pull some shit like that, right? But that's what it is, y'all. Matter of fact, so I don't get 4 hours a night, let me go and see who in the audience here, because matter of fact, I will open up the phone line if anybody wants to call. Anybody want to call? I'll give you an opportunity to call in. Otherwise, I don't want to do 4 tonight. I told you I was going to try to get on earlier, but it didn't work out for me tonight. But I am working on getting on much earlier because I know everybody got different time zones. And, you know, they kind of got me hidden and got me on the corner. So let me show this for anybody who decides they wants to come on and call in. Let me give you the call up number. I'm not even sure if the phone is even working tonight. It's been a whole bunch of funny shit going on over here. So as the call-in number is 262-922-8755. Say that again, 922-8755. Let's see if we can get to work. Let's see. I want to hear from y'all what y'all think on what's being stated here. Let's see if I can get this to work tonight. I don't know. When I tried to test it tonight, it sure didn't seem like it wanted to work. Who's going to be the first one? Okay, let's see. Let's see some of these comments out here. I don't know, this mug has been acting up all night. Let's see. Let's see who I got in the house. All right, so I got, it looks like, let's see who all I got in the house. Say what's up there by CDG. Hey, no sound. Does it got sound now, CDG? You got some sound in now. Night Killer 22. What's good? Who else I got in the house? I got Indigenous King. Peace Family, Mr. Spencer, 0620. I got Angela Barron. Hey, what's good? LaFord Thomas, what's up, brother? Who else I got in the house? Lorenzo Williams. I got Yaya Abdul Kabir. What's good, bruh? More. And that looks like that's about it. So, if anybody want to call in on based on some of the stuff that's been presented tonight, get a little discussion to put something out there. If not, you know, that's why I kind of keeping it short, so I'll give you people a chance. Because again, Indigenous King, I ain't forgot you, bruh. You gonna get in, you, LaFord, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think CDG and I think it's also Night Killer gonna get in too. I know he gonna come. CDG and what's my other sister in here? Where's she at? See her name in here tonight. Where's she at? But I got an Angela Barron. So that'll kind of balance it out when we get it in here. So everybody gonna call tonight. Now can I get a one? Somebody let me know they want to call in. Ain't nothing you seen you want to talk about? Now I end the show. I mean, I could go and elaborate more, but I want to go from there. I got most of I could say, but then based on the conversation we gonna have, anybody willing to call in? No answer. Oh, you trying to call in? Okay, hold on. Let me see what's going on. They don't. I'm telling you, man. These. I'm telling you, man. He always working on it. Always. Yeah, I keep tweaking it. Yeah, I see your missed call. Okay, let me see something. I see where you called at. Let me try it again. I don't know why it's not going. Let me see something. Let me try something here. Because I'm not sure why it's not doing that. So when I get it all good and humming and working, then somebody come back and they doing some other shit. Okay, so, okay, no sound. Okay, what's going on? All right, so let's see. Hey, Killer, try it again, and let's see. Okay. I don't hear no sound, though. Can you hear me? All right. I see on the phone, but it's not coming through. It should be coming through there. Hold on. See, that's what I'm saying. They straight bullshitting me. That's exactly what this shit is. After the other night, after we did what they did, somebody kind of said, well, okay, let's cut the phone. Because it should be working. All right. See, I'm in a call, but I got no sound. Can you hear me? Shit, hold on. Okay, I see you we on a call, but it's not coming through here. All right, I'm going to hang up that and then try it again. Let me see something. That's some bullshit, man. That is straight bullshit, what they doing. Okay, let's try this. Let's see. They on straight bullshit. Is that what that is? Can you hear me? Hey, what the fuck did they do, man? They done did some bullshit. Because they shouldn't do it worked well the other night. Okay, that's the second call you done went and still it's not coming through. So what the fuck is going on? All right, let me try this. I'm gonna come out of this. I'm gonna come back out of here. And then I'm gonna do this. Be patient, everybody. Y'all know how they be doing me. Because just like y'all said, wasn't no sound. You know damn well I got sound. Let me try this. Let's try this. It's crazy how they did that. Okay, try now. Let's see now if it does. Man, it's got all that in this. It's crazy, man. Matter of fact, how about this? I'm going to call, let's see if I call you, what will happen? Because I'm not even hearing it. Come on, let's see. Yeah, you calling on that line. Don't call that line. Okay.
Call from Big.
Okay. All right, so that's working. So I'm going to do is if I hit you, let's see what happened if I call you. Okay, so that's crazy. I don't know what they done did to the phone lines, yo, because they've been working. And all of a sudden now, you don't want to work. Okay. Try it again. Me? What's good, brother? How you feeling? I had to call you. Can you hear me? Can't hear me. You can't hear me? You can hear me? Okay, because okay, can you hear me now? Okay, what's good? You want to call in on the show? You on live? You on live? Everybody here? We can hear you now. So what you want to talk about, brother? And what's your name? So they can see who it is in the chat room.
This is Night Killer, man.
Okay, what's good with your Night Killer? Right, I feel you on that. Okay.
I don't want to say too much, but you know.
Right, yeah. Okay, so what you see on the show you like tonight or you want to discuss on? It's crazy, I got to call y'all. That's a damn shame.
Honestly, like, it was good when you was talking, right? But when you started to play the videos,
right.
I could hear it. But like, yeah, like I don't know, cause like you play the video and right at the beginning, we'll hear it, and then like it'll start up, and
It's not me at all. It's not me. And once I got it, I've been back on for about 3 months, right? I got on about 3 months. Been trying to go on for I think 2 weeks ago. I was going on for like every day, right? And once I got it humming and got it going, and all of a sudden, you see where I got a couple videos where I said it was interrupted. So somehow they was doing that DOS attack and knocking me all the way out. Matter of fact, LaFord Thomas, me and him, he was the first cat to call in, and me and him had a good conversation. Then you'll see that the video cuts off. So that's not my system, because I mean I can only do so much from what I'm doing. This is some other stuff, because right now there's like 15 people in the chat, and we don't know who's sitting up in there that could be, them peoples, right? So I'm just saying. So I want to apologize to everybody who did, and I'm glad that y'all got patience for the fact y'all know what I'm trying to do. Those who be watching, you know what I've been trying to do. I've been trying to do this for a minute, but now that I'm in it, I'm trying to get off that corner and bring it up. And then I got people in here who wants to be on the panel. So when I bring this kind of information, I want to hear what y'all, give y'all slant to it, what you coming from your perspective. And matter of fact, I got a couple sisters in the house who I'm going to be looking for. They're going to be coming. So that's going to give a little balance as to women. And that, again, edification for a lot of people, because they need this. Most people don't want to touch this. I'm going to go there. So tell me what you want to talk about, bro.
Like video wise, I haven't talked to you in a while, but
Yeah.
Video wise, like I like the topics you were talking about, like the ones I can really remember, like the one with the girl stomping off the baby's head. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right. Think about that. How could you be 10 years old and, having, okay, I understand the fact that you immature as to knowing what it takes to really take care of a child. Matter of fact, I'm going to take that back. Going back, man, if you go back in history, people, we're going to talk about our people when we was on these plantations and shit. They was getting married, you know what I'm saying, or after the fact. 13 years old, they was getting together, being families, and knew how to take care of house, do all that at 13. So why a 13-year-old at that particular time to a 13-year-old today seem to be like, again, when I say this, y'all, I'm gonna make a joke, like they retarded or some shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like today's 13-year-old would be like retarded to going back, because they could take care of house, have, they knew exactly what to do. And today we mollycoddle these children to the fact that they real weak. And it's because that's the society. Again, they want to water our ass down. So I'm just saying, I don't say that to be mean. I'm just saying, as hypothetically speaking, that's what be happening, man. And so a 10-year-old should be able to be like, okay, because matter of fact, if you got brothers and sisters, normally the oldest one is already learning how to be a babysitter, right? They already learning how to do that. So if motherfucker get that, but I'm gonna give you a story. I remember when I was about 7th, 8th grade, I won't say his name, but they had, how like sometimes people, they fast. Remember back then they used to call, well, you're a little younger, but you don't know. But they used to be fast. And so people who are fast, okay, they might have had children. So they was 13. Both of them was 13. They had a baby. So he ain't nothing but about in 8th grade. He get to watch the little baby. The baby doing just like in this story. It was crying. Baby cried so much, he didn't know what to do with it. You know what he did? He slammed the baby up and killed the baby. Kind of same thing here. He went to jail when he was in 8th grade. Shit, next time when I heard about him coming out, he was already damn up about 30. Right? Yeah, he spent this whole he did, you know what I'm saying? But he killed his own child only because of his immaturity of not knowing how to deal with the situation. Let me tell you, for those who might come by and see this video, you got a baby crying, you know what you do? Let it cry. Let it cry itself to sleep. You get what I'm saying? Let it cry to sleep. Don't get yourself all frustrated and all that, you know, because sometimes baby colicky. You know what I'm saying? But again, a 10-year-old don't know that. But the hatred is because I'm looking at this part to the story. I'll let you go ahead and get into it. The point that was in that story that was being said was that little girl was in foster care. Because remember, when she was in court, they said her biological parents was at the court. So that means she was at, somebody else knew that she was at the house and they had a baby who was theirs. And you know, people have this thing when they, I can't say for self, for my own entry, I'm just saying hypothetically, I can imagine that you being not the biological child and you see the difference between how that child being treated and you being treated, and there's a little jealousy in it. So again, modus operandi was an opportunity, and damn, that's what happened. Took the opportunity and stomped the baby out. The baby was tough. It lasted for a day though. The baby was tough. The baby was tough. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, today Tupac, you know, Tupac got killed today. The baby was kind of Tupac for his time. It lasted, at least it didn't get 9 days or 6 days. It got 1 day. But I ain't trying to be funny about that though.
I'm not gonna lie, when you had started that up, I kind of chuckled because the way you were saying it, he like, they just stomped, like, he just stomped on the head. I was like, damn.
Yeah. Again, you don't. Yeah, and again, I don't try to make light or fun of the situation because it's not funny. It's just really the sickness that, you know, people got just because we dealing with this. You know what I'm saying? Again, we're the eighth wonders of the world. You really got to look at it. We're the eighth wonders of the world because, again, we should be a lot more crazier than what we are just for the simple fact of what we've all gone through. You know. Humble?
I mean, not humble, but like, I guess too humble, man.
Yeah. Well, I put it like this. You know how, like, I don't know if you've seen the video I played the other night where there was this one particular dude that was talking about, you know, liberals and talking about Democrats, which is code word black people, right? And you're talking about, you know, that they people want their country back, the real Americans, the patriotic mugs, and they say, y'all don't want what we going to give you, right? Okay. Now, again, y'all been showing your fangs ever since we seen you, right? Their whole existence, what I encounter with them, has always showed their fangs. You ain't never seen our fangs. That's what I'm going to say. Motherfucker ain't never seen our fangs, but you think, see, again, you know, black people, like you were saying, humble. Black people got this gear that make people think we real weak, but they see how we can do with each other. What would happen if motherfuckers turned that and went some other way? That's what again, I'm not advocating violence. I'm just saying, motherfuckers, don't think it's going to be that easy. You understand? Don't think it's easy just going you know, we've been taking it because why we built for that shit. But you ain't seen our fangs. Meaning, like, okay, you got all the weaponry. We give you that. We got all that. Okay, that's been your MO since your encounter, going back to 1345 when you created the gun. That changed the whole game up. But if it was mano a mano, staff against staff, shit, that's like watching NFL. That's like watching NBA. Shit, we got niggas on the bench. We got, you know what I'm saying? We got a lot. Okay, if we play that game, it's gonna be a different game. It ain't gonna be the same game. But see, people think they got it down pat. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, because you know I can run. I'll run with it. I'm a halfback. I'll run with that shit. Yeah.
I didn't really get to, cause the videos, like, the audio wasn't playing, but like, I could like, I don't know about everybody else, but like when you had to play video, couldn't hear it, but then when you were talking about it, that's when I kind of got to recap and knew, unless I was reading the words you were showing, cause you were scrolling down.
Yeah. I have to do all that to cover myself because see, I don't know, and you know, a lot of the people in the chat room they try to keep me to say to watch, and I'll be watching, but when about the time I watch, it's already too late. So I didn't even know y'all wasn't getting the audio because I kept seeing people saying the audio. But what's crazy is if you hear me speaking, there's nothing that I'm doing any different than I've been doing any other night when you're hearing everything. So that's not me. You get what I'm saying? That's not me. So.
But what was it? The dude that shot all the people in that place, was he black?
Nah.
He was a white guy.
You know how they, again, once in a while, they you know, we have our people that do something that amazing, be like, damn, really? But no, this here, yeah, this it's the same MO it's always been. Matter of fact, the girl from Tia and Tamara, the twin, her, you know, she married that white dude, right? So his niece happened to get caught up in that, so they called her up in there.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Everybody get in touch, man.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You know, there's no place to hide no more. I mean, motherfuckers being on the bus stop, it's happening at the bus stop, on the bus, on the train, in your job, sitting at the restaurant. You could be at the park. You could be at a basketball game. It don't matter. That's what I'm saying. It's getting. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't even feel like those ones are the worst ones. I feel like the worst ones would be like the suicides and shit, or like people dying like overdoses and shit. Like those ones is crazy.
Right.
Like my homeboy just died over an overdose. Like probably like a month or two ago. You know.
Mm-hmm. What was he? What was his type of drug?
Well, you know what I'm saying? Like he always smoked weed and like he was one of the dudes I was doing music with. You know, he was like the only white boy in it, and like he started to like you know what I'm saying, do the little powder and stuff, and then I don't know what happened. I don't know if he did like I don't know if you know about the fentanyl and stuff, but
Oh yeah.
I don't know if someone ended up giving him that or what happened, but he had, like, I guess he had fell asleep, and then he was sleeping and he threw up, and then he choked on his throat and like killed him.
Wow. Well, you know, I did a story yesterday on that where they came up with the 1,000 times stronger than morphine and fentanyl. Maybe he had a batch of that. Yeah.
No, but I was crazy, man. It hit me bad too, because I was in jail. I was in jail for like 5 months. I just got out probably like two weeks ago, you know?
Okay.
That's why I've been, you know?
Right.
So,
Yeah. Well, we'll be talking on Not in the Air about that. But it's good to hear your voice, man. Good to hear your voice.
yeah, I turned Muslim and everything in there, man. Crazy.
Assalamu alaikum, huh?
Yeah. Gave up the pork and everything.
Oh man, till you get your foot back on the ground, you're gonna get a pig foot one day, huh?
Man, I ain't dealing with it now. I'm doing the right now.
No more pig feet, no chitlins, none of that.
None of that. None of that. Like,
Man, no bacon. Man, boy.
no bacon, man. There's bacon in no sauce. I can't do it.
Yeah. Well, you know, as DOS, and we descendants of slaves in these lands, you know, that pig, man, without that pig, we wouldn't be here. So, you know, I understand what them scriptures talk about, you know, and I'm pretty sure there's plenty of brothers in here and sisters in here who, they vegans and, you know, all that good stuff. But better believe that pig, that's how we made it. That's what they was throwing to us. You know what I'm saying? They threw us everything of the pig. Depending on, you know, where your captivity was, that pig. So, you know, we can talk about how we hate that pig and it's a dirty, disgusting thing. We put some barbecue. See, we don't want to put that barbecue sauce on that shit, right? Like we put the barbecue sauce on there, told them, you know what I'm saying? We, again, took the grass, what they call greens and all that, and we made what we call delicacies now, right? We call soul food. So everybody kind of sees something. What happened if we get a little bougie now? You know what I'm saying? We eating at restaurants, and we fought to go get in there, eating at a restaurant and all that stuff. And I understand. I'm not saying that pig is healthy. I'm just saying that pig is in your DNA because that's how we survive. So, you know, once in a while you get a crave, somebody fry some bacon, your ass hungry. We ain't got nothing else to eat. You might break it. You might. I'm not telling you. I'm just saying hypothetically, joking. I'm just saying you might break it. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing you got to eat. So, you know, but. Go ahead, bro. Got the floor. Go ahead.
I met this dude, bro, like, back on, like, 360. I'd be like, what year was this? Maybe, like, 2009, 2010, right? And I was playing Xbox. And, I've always been, like, the youngest kid, you know, around. And I was playing with some older guys. You know what I'm saying? A whole bunch of older dudes and stuff, and it was me, and they liked my game, so they invited me to the team, and you know what I'm saying? We had a little fallout, but I liked the way Mr. Bozeman was playing, so I ended up linking up with him, and we made a team, and then from there, it became more than just like video games, you know, like we started talking about certain things.
Yes, sir.
And you know what I'm saying, like the Black Corner section, right? He showed me a lot in life that carries me, like even now, even when I don't speak with him, you know. And I was here when this dude was talking about making this YouTube channel. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
I was there, like, you know what I'm saying? I was, you know what I'm saying? They was, like, you know what I'm saying? Give him a little 1-2 pointers. Like, I was there when that one video you made hit like 200K views. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they stopped that one.
Yeah.
They had to stop it.
Even to like to now, you know what I'm saying? Like, through, you know what I'm saying? Ups and downs, me and him high, you know what I'm saying? Like even my own self, like me going back and forth to America and Canada, and just you know what I'm saying? Even now, like just coming out of jail for 5 months.
Yeah, and look how it is. You come and you right back, and I'll get you right back, and I'm gonna put you right back on where you took that little 5 month off. I'm gonna get you right back on where you need to be. And I got some good people in here. You see the people that's in there. There's some good people in here, and the knowledge and stuff, and the know how they know will actually you will benefit. Especially like last night, there was. You know, got Out the Box, and here you got LaFord Thomas. Well, I call him LT now. And, you know, a couple of sisters and stuff on that, man. They got some information that will be able to help you, brother. I know you just got out of that. You're strong. You got up out of that. Again, if it took what you did to get out of there, you know, again, like I say, this channel is going to be for, you know, wide ranges of things. And you and, you know, let's say who else? Air. You know, y'all gonna bring that other side, that some of the stuff that we not in, because again, some of us is out of that loop. We're a little seasoned now, but y'all are the ones on the ground. So y'all kind of have boots on the ground. So y'all bring that information in here, and you keep us up. So again, so what they say, the gap between the old and the young. Well, we're gonna put that together over here, and we're gonna see how we can put this together and make everything work better, because it needs to be done. So, you know.
Yeah, sure, because what it is now, man, the younger generation, like, don't respect the older generation, you know? And it's not even about, like, respect. They just feel like you know what I'm saying? They like, what's going on now is what's going on now. Like, everyone living in the moment, you know? And, like I remember this girl, I'm pretty sure I told you about her before, too.
Okay.
Her name was Tiana, but this girl, man, like, she asked me this question when I was in New York. She's like, her mom had died from cancer, and she ain't really had nobody. And I'm in New York, and she asked me, because she started hanging out with this girl who's, you know what I'm saying, escort, a prostitute, whatever. And she was like, she asked me, like, should I do it? And when I told her, I was like, honestly, do whatever you have to do, you know what I'm saying, to take care of yourself, you know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't say yes, I didn't say no, but I don't know how it feels to lose your mom, but like, I know how it feels to lose somebody in that desperate situation. And she ended up starting to do it, but then she had twins, and then one of them died. She made me the godfather.
Okay.
One of them died. The two died, and then the other one, she didn't want to take the courses to be the mom, so they took the kid from her. And like, through the whole, like, before all that, the reason why I'm saying this is like she had asked me a question like on I guess it was like Facebook or something like that, where everyone could see it. She said something like, because I was like, yo, everyone asked me questions. She said, do you still think there's hope for this generation? Like, do you think, you know what I'm saying, like this generation is even good or something like that? And honestly, like, her asking me that, I didn't really know what to say, because it's like, I feel like there's hope for this generation, but I can see where she's coming from asking that question, because she's like the conscious people that's living in this time feel like there's no hope, so that's how they get just driven out to just doing any other stuff, you know?
Right.
So, like where I'm at, like, I don't think they know, like me, I'm in Canada, you know, I'm in Toronto. I'm originally from like you know, Houston, New York. But like, I have both of what, like, I have the American view and I have the Canadian view. Like, I like a country type view. But American Canada is similar. But like, what I see, like, what Canada has with America, like, they try to be like America, but they create their own like little path. But like, man, what I'm trying to say is just like, the young generation, if they link up with like the older people and like on some, like, there's no guidance, like even in the jail system, like before, like what the older heads were telling me, like before there was actually structure, like someone comes onto the range or whatever, like you gotta, like, you know what I'm saying, talk to them or show them how to do certain things. Like now, like, there's no older dudes in jail. It's all younger people, so they don't care about like running to jail. They just care about themselves.
Right.
So like, it's like the jails are just like the streets. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Well, so basically, what you're saying, what it all boils down to is the reason why you say that, okay, that the let's say that particular generation that you're speaking of don't see it, is because, again, there's a lost connection because of, one, you got what happened in the 80s when you talk about that crack, right? And a lot of people got lost, whether you ended up going to jail, people got killed, people, you know, being users, and it just produced a whole, again, like it says, crack, right? And so there's a gap in there. And because of that gap, what ended up happening is the disconnect of that was before that, where there used to be community. Back in the days when we was out there fucking around, the old, what you say, the old heads, they would check you, right? You would even be a little hesitant to say, like, you know, speaking, talking shit or saying those kind of words. You when adults were around, you kind of checked yourself somewhat, right? So what happened is the system seemed like what it did is it again, black people used to be the moral compass of this land. Because, see, we used to look at these people, as the fucked up people. Look at how they was all fucked up. See, the jokes and all that stuff. that was always on them. When talking about the way they dance and all that that used to be that. So we were the moral compass of this land at one time. But what happened is, again, through the crack, through the implementation of when it came child support, because you got some people who got fathers, let's say, if you Generation X and your father coming out of baby boomers didn't get child support, going to jail for child support. You get what I'm saying? Generation X was the beginning of the motherfucker who was getting that. So if you had children and then their whole independence, women being independent, not needing a man, became a mantra. So a lot of that shit started to just permeate, and so it caused a wedge. Children were being raised not having that masculine energy. Then they start to sweep and get rid of those again. So renegadeism became, they had no leaders, no heads. And so now this shit is done manifest in a way that it's like what you talking about, them not respecting, is because they're not used to being around somebody they had to respect. Because again, I don't want to put all the business out there, but I'm just going to say, you know that those who in the street and doing that type of work, there's things that people did to people mamas that they was giving work to. So how do you respect somebody when you giving work and they tricking off with, you know what I'm saying? So it just breed, you know what I'm saying? So it breed a lot of that. And so that caused that big rift. And we're trying to repair that. That's why my edification, what I do on this show, is to try to keep you up on current of these things, even though sometimes it may seem like, okay, what is this about? But the more you stay up on it, then again, you get to recognize what our ancestors said about know thyself. See, we don't know, the generation you're talking about don't know themselves, is because that generation that got caught over the Hiroshima, Nagasaki bomb, what that shit they threw on us, and the survivors of that disconnect, not everybody came out of that, and then there's a lot of veterans and that was wounded. So a lot of them lost their minds or didn't have nothing to give. And then you got to remember, at the same time this is happening, that the system is creating a new dynamic. Now you got to remember, at that time you're not quite coming in yet, but you coming. But at that time they're breeding what they now doing, all this brand shit, all this Gucci shit and all that. That shit is starting to become part of the culture. That those who making the money is now becoming brands. And everybody out here is trying to, again, you know how when somebody real poor, the one thing they want to try to hide is the fact that they poor. So the brands is kind of like being branded. The more brands you the more brands you hold, then the more popularity the motherfucker got. And so everybody was chasing that. So that means it was breeding, chasing money. So now if you making more money than your mama and them, you ain't nothing they can tell you, right? They can't tell you shit. And so look what done happened. They destroyed us systematically with that bullshit. And so what happened is we got to get people who are out here, who know the game, who not afraid to sit there and have these conversations, and then try to rear back those who we can get. Because there's going to be a lot that's just lost and you're not going to be able to get no matter what you do. Because there's a lot of people who own this black corner who will say that there's a lot of my boys on this YouTube, y'all just in here talking, you ain't got boots on the ground. Not everybody can be boots on the ground. You know what I'm saying? There's a lane for there's plenty of work. Well, again, what the scripture said, plenty of work, but the workers are few. We ain't got a lot of workers, but there's plenty of motherfucking work. There's a lane for anything. Anything you think you know or what you could do, there's a lane for that shit. Because we got so many damn dysfunctions. There's a lane for everything that everybody want to do. So I'm just saying, it's not so much that y'all lost, it's just that no one has grabbed y'all hand and say, look, come on. Let me pull your coattail. Let me show you something. There's going to be some reluctance because you ain't used to that. If you come in a household and nobody didn't give a fuck about what you do, you ain't used to somebody coming to you and trying to give you whispers, tell you a little something. Because, going back to when me and you, when I first pulled you by your coattail, there was times, you know what I'm saying, where you felt like, okay, right? You had to do what you had to do. And again, as a mentor, and I really don't, I use that word, but actually the historical aspect of that word go back to Alexander, and they was doing some homo shit, but ain't no homo shit here. You know what I'm saying? But that's what that meant. But that's what I'm saying. But that's what that mentor, that go back, if you in history, you're gonna find that mentor shit was some gay shit. But teach his own. But that's saying, when I say mentor is about, you know, again, what we was doing as to, you know, inculcating you and put some game to you. But through that, you know, I seen your development and your growth. Yeah, again, when you young, you gonna make mistakes. You gonna fall in the hole, right? But again, what don't kill you make you stronger. So yeah, after all that you done been through, guess where you fell right back in? You see how it works? You see how the shit works. That's how it works. And so again, like I said, there's some great people in this chat room that gonna help this channel. And if they got channel, we gonna build all this up to get places for, cause see where you at, you gonna be able to do your own, and you gonna be able to put. So we gonna use this till they shut this shit down. See, people think when I be saying that, they already know where I'm trying to go with it. You see? So I'm like the other channel. I ain't gonna do all that. You ain't gonna see me on here battling no other motherfucker about this channel, because that ain't what I'm about. That's why you don't see me. See, being seen brings envy and hatred. Because if you see me, I'm pulling women in here too. You know, I got them. I'm just saying, I'm pulling them too. Yeah, Mr. Blowmine ain't no ugly nigga. All right? And I ain't saying if somebody is ugly. I'm just telling you that. So I don't have to be seen. But you can see me in my words. You already done visualize me. Ain't that right, girls? Yeah, I'm just bullshitting y'all. Oh, I'm playing. But I'm just saying. Real talk though. But I'm just saying. So I'm just saying that shit, you got to understand the dysfunction that our people got. So some shit you got to learn how to say, you know what? Let me step to the side, because if I do all that, then now it breeds in jealous and envy that a lot of people just don't know how to deal with. So a lot of my brothers are coming from situations where they're not around somebody who be like, you know, that's some fuck shit you doing. That ain't what men do, right? You don't worry about what this man, how he looking, how he do. That ain't what you worry about. You worry about self. And you do what you got to do to maintain. You ain't no competition with me unless me and you talking. And that ain't how you getting down, right? So that's not, so but that part is because their mentor became mama, right? Mama became the mentor. And I think that a lot of cats done got that other gear is because they figured out it's better for me to be this way, because ain't no lane for me being black and a masculine man in this day and time. And that's where the confusion coming at. Black young men don't know the lane, because they ain't really no lane, because the people that's before you seeing how they kind of fucked up and they ain't got nothing. And when they bred that whole game about money, a lot of, you know, you got mothers who working 9 to 5. They do what they do to survive, take care of their family and so forth. It's not glitter and glamour. So if you ain't got all the latest gadgetry and gear, you know, I remember one time I was talking with somebody, and they was talking to somebody, and they was like, well, if a mug ain't dressed in the, you know, like a Christmas gift, if you ain't wrapped up like a Christmas gift, you know, like say for instance, if I had a Christmas gift, which I don't celebrate this shit, but I'm just saying, if I gave you a gift and the shit was wrapped up in a newspaper with no bow and just some old newspaper, and I gave one all with it, but in that one I had wrapped in newspaper was the gift you always wanted. But if you judge from the outward way, you would go with the gift with the bow and the wrap on it, because you think that shit is where the gift is. Sometimes the gift don't come in the way you want it. And that's the problem with our people. We got into this thing about shit got to look, sound, be a certain way. And that's how we get food. That's what that politician shit is all about. That's how they do. Nigga come in, dress. Let's say the dude in Florida, what's in Gillum? The brother that was in Gillum. Oh, he looked the part, talked the part, all that good stuff. But is the job going to get done? But then you'll have somebody who homeless on the street. And the motherfucker got wisdom for days, but you can't hear him. because he ain't looking like what you're talking about. But that mug surviving on the street with nothing. You didn't think he ain't got nothing to teach you? See, because you can't see that, because again, that mindset you got from the one who oppressing you. So I get what you say, and that part you talking about. No, the reason for that whole is because it has to be that way. That's the only way the kingdom can stand. They got to keep you divided. They can't keep. Again, we going against the grain. What we doing right now? We're going against the grain. These people you see sitting up here, we all against the damn grain because we're trying to do something that they're saying that is not what they're trying to do. The way you thinking, the way you trying to move, the way you trying to survive. That's why all this hatred and this anger is coming, because we're really trying to make some moves to live better, to have some freedom, and to enjoy what they claim that, again, you ain't no citizen here. No way. So you just keep coming, bro. Just, you come over here. You don't always got to, again, you know the phone is always for you too. You call here, you can get on too. My thing is, I don't know why the hell if somebody trying to call me, I can't get no calls. I had to call you, and that's crazy. Not to twist what we talking about, but I'm just saying, I'm still, again, like I said, we are defying the odds. Not just my show. You got a lot of shows out here, but to show you something, again, as I was talking about, like there's a little rift going on right now because one particular person talked about voting, said not to vote, and then another person whose platform is about that. So they're kind of going at it. So again, we need to drop all that flag shit with that bullshit. Everybody gonna do what they gotta do to figure out how they gotta do in order to, again, survive on with the shit we in. All that petty shit, put that shit to the side. And that's where y'all have to come in, the younger ones. Y'all got to learn how to put all that petty shit. Because, again, the history says this. The elders are the wisdom. It is the young ones who do the fighting for the war. You get what I'm saying? The wisdom is going to tell you what it is y'all need to do. It is y'all that if shit had to go down, y'all going to be the one that got to get this shit done. That's why they're attacking all our young brothers out here. See, that's what that's all about. Now, again, I'm not saying I'm talking about advocating. No, I'm just saying this is how this shit go. When you read and understand, this is how that shit work. Right? It's about, again, self-preservation is number one. To self-preserve, I mean, we have to do that. Otherwise, we'll be, instead of me putting white extinction, it's going to be black extinction. If we don't, you know what I'm saying? It's going to be black extinction. A nigga going to be somewhere in a damn museum looking like they'll have you stuffed and shit, talking about what a nigga used to be. If we don't, you know what I'm saying, do something. So again, I'm glad to hear your voice, man. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, this young brother here is on some of my earlier videos. Y'all can go back. Matter of fact, you on some of my earlier videos when I was, the ones we did, they didn't let get out either. And that was the one we did about the church and gay. Now, y'all, you go back, if somebody want to hear that. We did that one about gay versus the church, right? Real shit was dropped on that one. But because, again, I didn't put the thing I said in there was this. You can't be mad at heterosexual people who follow Christianity in the Bible, because the Bible's the one that's giving them the mindset that says that, in the Bible says that this is against God and this is abomination and so forth. So you can't be mad at them. The fight is between the people who are classified as gay versus the church. Either the church, now then later on after we did that, you start seeing where the church is kind of not talk about that. They act like that's not in there anymore, right? So you see what I'm saying? So that was between them, but they made it about heterosexual, like everybody heterosexual had a problem with them. No, we got that knowledge from that book that y'all put out. So then, is it a lie? And if the minute, again, just like if it was a court case, if I find any chip in your armor about you lying, everything you said is a lie. That's why they can't deal with that. See, they come out and say, all right, that's not what, it didn't really say that, but we put that. Then everything going to be questionable. So they just rather say we just not going to deal with it. Right? We're just not going to deal with it. And that's the same thing with dealing with us. Knowing what you done did to us and you done disenfranchised and fucked us up and destroyed our families, and you see the outcomes, you would rather for that car to run over that cliff and crash than try to, you know, throw them chains out there to bust the tires so you can slow it down and keep it from going. You would rather see it go over the cliff than to stop it and then repair it and let it, you know, get back to what it was doing. You would rather do that. So I don't want to keep running on, bro, because I know. Let me see. Matter of fact, let me look out here, and you go ahead and speak while I'm doing this, man. You go ahead, because you know.
I was reading the chat. There's like they were talking about the Cherry 65. She's like, put in smoked turkey wings in our collard greens. I can't with the hog.
Sherry says she got a recipe for her to get around that pig.
and then let her comment to leave that pig alone.
Again, I agree with all that. I'm just telling y'all, look, if motherfuckers, they stop all this shit tomorrow, and you can't go to no store, none of that. How long can you go if you know, matter of fact, check this out. There was a story about what they did. They was over in the so-called Middle East, and they was over there, they had these internment camps. You know what these motherfuckers did to them? They starved them to death, and all they did was cook pig. Do you think that they decided, so fuck it, I'm gonna eat this pig or I'm just gonna starve to death? Now that's a choice you gotta make, right? If I can understand when you're in a situation where let's say you can pick and choose, but if you get in a situation that is life or death, it depends on how spirit you are. If that's what you say, man, I ain't putting that pig in me. I get it. But if I gotta but to say the day. You needed one more day to make it, and the day you chose not to do it, you don't make it. What you gonna do? You gonna eat the pig, or you say, "Fuck it, I'm gonna check out"? It's a choice you got to make. I understand it from a religious standpoint. I understand that when it comes. Matter of fact, I think that pig. Well, now I ain't gonna go in there because again, unless you Muslim and you are Muslim, so again, you know that they was opposite of what the Christian. The Christian ate pig. We ain't gonna eat pig. Right? Like some of us won't eat dog, but shit, dog was plentiful in certain places. That's all they had. So that's why today they still eat dog. Some people, you can go on to YouTube and find them eating rats. You ain't gonna eat no rat, but where they come from, they eat rats. It's just about what you know what I'm saying? What's around to eat. That's bottom line. It's about what's around to eat, man. And other than that, I get the religious ideology, but you seen people, well, I guess those movies are supposed to be depicting real life. Plane crash, right? Everybody know what I'm going with this. Plane crash. You survive. You over some damn Alps in the mountains and shit. Ain't no food. You done ate all that. You done ate that. They had whatever they had in the plane. You got to that. You ate that. Now that's all gone. But there's plenty of bodies left. You know, niggas like, I ain't finna eat that shit. That's what you say. But then after a while, you have to be like, man, I'm hungry than a motherfucker. And before you die of hunger, you got to go through it. So, I mean, you got something you got to ask yourself. That's all I'm saying. You know how I do, bro. You know how I do. I'm fucking with people, but I just say, you know, but again, Anybody out there, if you want to let me know you call, I'm going to have to probably call you. Because I don't know why the phone ain't working. But other than that, bro, what else on there you want to talk about? Because I'm not doing all talking. I got to shut my damn mouth. That's the problem. I got to shut the hell up. Let you go and do what you going to do. If anybody want, if I'm looking in the comment, y'all. If anybody want to tell me you want to try to call or something, let me know. Okay. Yeah, because I know you.
I heard you say you wanted me to. I think I knew what you were talking about.
Yeah, you know what we talked about as into I need some footage when I start doing these from different places. I need you to do that job I was talking about. Because see, by where you at, you outside of here. So you can give, on certain things and topics and so forth, you can be my cameraman there. Just like I got, get Shaq over to where he at and Air where he at, you know what I'm saying? So now I've got footage all over. People going to be like, how you doing this, right? I got people all over. And you're going to be getting stuff from all over around here. We just beginning. They don't realize we just beginning over here. I'm just beginning. I started and got hot, and then I got out was because this is how I know they doing what they doing. How many computers did they tear mines up? You know what I'm saying? How many computers I had to buy because they kept tearing them up? You see, that's what I'm trying to tell them. They already know. So y'all in here who listening, man, y'all gonna see this. You gonna see it. You gonna see it. Once I can get out this damn corner, which they fighting. Once I get out this corner, you'll be saying you was here in the beginning stages. And everybody in here that I be calling your name, I won't forget your name. I remember y'all. Matter of fact, I be seeing some of y'all like Sherry 65. I be seeing you in other platforms sometimes. You be in there, you be getting it in. Who else too? All right, I don't see nothing else moving. I guess everything moving. Okay, so matter of fact, bro, give us something else, man. Otherwise, we can talk off the air. We don't have to talk on here. We don't have to talk on here because again, it got to be filtered.
Yeah, I can't say too much.
Right. That's why I'm trying to hold up because I don't want you saying too much. Right.
My shit's been X-rated lately, man.
Well, that's fine, man. And matter of fact, I got to get Air in here. I got to find a way to get all that on. Get him in here too.
I was just looking. I was going to try to call him, but I don't think he's on Xbox or anything.
He might be on there. But see, the thing is when he told y'all that how I end up getting him and teaching and talking with him. See, a lot of people there say that gaming system. You don't understand. Most of our youth is inside them games. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm for a lot of people in here who don't know that, because they don't understand that them Xbox and all that. The ones that you should be getting, not the ones that's out there that we're talking about Pookie Ray and them. Them we got to get too, but most of the ones that you got a shot with, they sitting at home in them rooms in them games. Matter of fact, they even tell you that a lot of these nationalists, white nationalist group, that's where they're recruiting their people from. They getting all them because they're in their training. Most of these games is nothing but simulators. Like if you went to flight school, you don't get to train with a plane. They give you a simulator. Well, that's why you think all of them got all them killing games. Why you think, matter of fact, for a lot of y'all probably don't know, a lot of the reason why these car thefts and all this, because they train them in there with a game called GTA. They learn how to rob you, steal your car, shoot, all that in these games. These games are so realistic that they already got the mentality and they think they can actually pull out. And that's why you're seeing so much a spike of these types of crime. It's because they're getting trained in them games. And guess what? The same way he talk about is nobody mentoring them. And I know it's not for everybody because see, I was around when they first came in, so I never lost my touch. Oh yeah, Boy, man, I'll tell your ass up on some of that shit too. But but the thing is, I always understood it and used that platform. And I got quite a few little brothers that I done got up out of there, and they done grown up. Matter of fact, this 10 years right here. You see what I'm saying? That's 10 years. That's right. The boy was still in high school. He was still in high school when he first got this young brother. He was in high school and went through a lot of stuff with him when he was going through. And matter of fact, some of the stuff I was telling him helped you get out of the situation and flip this. You know, matter of fact, that one with that teacher, which we won't get into, but right, that kind of stuff. So it's like, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. They need us, y'all, and he's here as a perfect example to let you know that all y'all that's sitting up in here, y'all have the power to actually help a lot of them, and they gonna be over here. Yeah, you.
Even though I've been to jail, I did a couple of things. Like, I think it's more so your mental, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you have your mental, like, you know what I'm saying, sitting in jail, all that other type of things, like being in the streets, like, you have your mental, like, if you don't lose that and you build that up, like like certain things won't break you, you know? Like, when you're going through it, like, I'm like that dude that these younger dudes are coming up to and like, you know what I'm saying, asking for questions and asking for help and showing them a whole lot of things. And, you know what I'm saying? Because honestly, like sitting down for that time too, like, it's crazy, kind of, like, it's weird, like, that's what that stuff do that make you popular, you know? Like, and I ain't trying, that's not what, you know what I'm saying? I didn't want to be no popular dude, but I came out and like everybody was just like, you know, and I'm on house arrest right now too. That was just like, I still feel like I'm kind of like secluded because like house arrest, like I can't leave, you know. So it's just like I'm still feel like I'm just in a box, but like it's crazy because like my homies told me like in jail, some like a lot of dudes saying like, yo, if I come back to jail, they gonna beat me up because I'm talking to all their girls.
Okay. Okay.
You know what's crazy?
All right.
I'm on house arrest. How could I be talking to all these girls if I'm on house arrest? You know what I'm saying? Like that's how big my name is now. You know what I'm saying? Like.
Okay.
Like this is crazy. And like at the same time, I'm trying to build up my own things. You know what I'm saying? Like I have a girl. She want to open up a restaurant. You know what I'm saying? Like a Jamaican restaurant. You know what I'm saying? Like by the beach. And then like me, I want to open up things like. Now I don't want to say too much, but I want to open up things like a laundromat. You know what I'm saying? Small things like that, or like go to like you know what I'm saying? Like houses and stuff. Like I feel like as a I know how the younger generation, especially the black, think like they don't like going to jobs. They don't like doing none of that. They all they want to do, they want to feel like they're their own person. So like instead of having to just feel like they just got to sell drugs, do whatever, just to get a belt, you know what I'm saying? Like I know certain dudes that they'll go kill somebody for a Gucci belt. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no, you know what I'm saying, more, but I be telling these dudes and stuff, like, and the girls too, like, I be showing them, like, yo, there's more than just, like, all this stuff you see on Instagram, and you know what I'm saying, because, like, they looking up to, like, Kim and Kanye, you know what I'm saying, and, like, in Canada is crazy because, like, black folks out here really is the minority, but, like, a real connection to have with America. I don't know if you know, T, if you ever heard of Nova Scotia.
Yeah.
Nova Scotia, the Underground Railroad went up there, so there was a lot of slaves that came. It was in Nova Scotia.
Okay.
And if you ever hear like a Nova Scotia year round. Like they have a lot of Asians and like Africans that speak French and stuff. Like it's very like multicultural stuff. And like the reason why I'm bringing up the whole Canada thing because I'm here. So like y'all don't see me too on this channel because like this is my, you know what I'm saying, Mr. Bojiman is like my big bro, you know.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna be.
Well, you introducing yourself tonight, so I'm letting you do what you do, you know. But again, like I said, I got a couple brothers in here that's you know, they come in there say some things too as well. Matter of fact, Kabir, you say you were gonna call. You saying ready? You talking about calling in?
I think he wants you to come, no?
Yeah, because I was again. Like I said, I'm letting you if nobody was gonna come. Because again, it's almost 3 hours. I ain't trying to because I know it's hard to even watch when these they getting too long. So that's why I'm trying to cut down on the dissertation of so much of the content, and then bring the phone lines, and then I'm probably gonna have to start making time limits so that more people will be able to get in. But right now, because it's still the phone, this will be like maybe the third time I've put the phone out. So you fine right now. But like I said, Kabir, which is a Moore brother, I like that brother. I play with him and mess with him at times. But you know, he want to come in. I know he want to throw that at me. And as I said, if you want to call in, let me know, because I'm looking at the screen. You know, I see the screen ain't moving, but I see y'all out there. So if anybody want to decide to come in and cut the build on this, this brother, he always gonna be around, right? So he'll be learning from y'all. Yes, sir.
Joe, I said, yo, I told him, I was asking for his number to call him, so I'm on live with you.
Okay.
I don't know if you saw it.
Oh, you sent that to me? Or you to him?
Joe.
Oh, okay. Okay.
He messaged me back, but I don't know. I don't know if he still has the same number.
It depends when the last time you spoke to him.
It was a while ago.
Okay, yeah, he got a different number than that number from there. But yeah, so we're gonna get them all in here. We're gonna get everybody up in here. Like I said, so you know,
What I'm gonna provide, like you're saying, like, you know, I'm gonna show y'all the Canadian Toronto. Toronto's like the main city, like the Canadian culture, like cause I know what Americans think of Canada. It's like, oh, they just in igloos and like, you know what I'm saying? It's just like.
but you don't. But again, I got people in here who are seasoned people who've been traveling and they done did a lot of stuff, and so you might be surprised. They might be able to tell you a few things too, as well, as much as that is your home ground. Some of them might have, you know, did some things, and they might be able to show some too. And like I say, it's a good way to build. Again, like I said, I'm gonna bring some of this young crowd over here with some of the, you know, season and in between, and we're gonna get together so everybody gonna be able to learn and then grow and then help, and then let's see, you know, we're gonna make this something unique over here, different from the rest of these what everybody else doing. We're gonna do something entirely different, and I'm just gonna keep bringing content that is gonna actually. The stuff I'm doing now is just kind of this, you know, just kind of little media stuff. Remember the stuff that got y'all originally over here. Y'all don't forget that. Don't think I forgot that. Those videos I put together. Oh, my equipment is a lot better. That was in the early stages. It was kind of, you know, I was just getting in the game. Now when I do it, it'll be, you know, like production. So I'm actually in the process of putting something together. I'm thinking about how I want to do it. So I might start putting stuff out where I won't do live as much. Right? I won't do live as much. But it just depends.
You know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna say like do like the videos and like, you know how you have the live and the videos kind of like together. I would say do the videos separate and then like probably like follow the live and like just do like it on the fly. That way, like if they want to call and stuff, they can call, or you can interact with them because you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you. Right now, this is grand opening. Right? Again, as assistant here.
Learn about this.
Yeah,
I came back and I was like, what?
yeah. I got back into it because again, they had what they did was, what they did is again once they stopped the 275, and then when I came back, the one with the Vatican, the letter from the Vatican, right, and that went 50. And when they started, you know, I was looking at it like, okay, they stopping it.
The White Devils had like 20, I think.
Yeah, and then the one about who's with black folks, again, that whole history I put together with the hip hop and gave you about the drugs, the CCA, which is incarceration. They held that one up too. So that's what I'm saying. It's not like I can't put the content and do it. I already know that that's not what they want done over here. So those people who stick with it, you'll get that. But again, maybe later on, everybody else will catch on. But like I said, I got ideas of stuff that I want to do. Like I said, I'm talking about this panel. I got something I want to do with this panel that the other people ain't doing. And once I do it, I think other people are going to try to copy it. But it's okay because, you know, sometimes the best flatter, the best compliment you can probably get is when somebody actually copying you. You know what I'm saying? That's a compliment, but some people, they got it in the wrong way. But sometimes and matter of fact, I see things. Matter of fact, I'm going to put it like this. People who in here that's listening, and a lot of y'all that have been on other channels, have y'all noticed that, like, if you've been watching somebody for a while, none of them had no intro? Now, who got the best intro that you done seen? That didn't pay, that did it on natural ability. And that's not me trying to be facetious. I'm saying, again, I use my blackness. That's what we do. We're creators. We're from the creator. So why aren't people doing it? Why is everything you doing is, you know, show your gift. And if you see I put them together. You didn't want to go on and come off. I do the same thing, but I'm just saying, people were not doing that. They were just coming on. For the 275, you don't think most of them seen that? Then they start looking. I be watching. I'll be like, oh, okay, I see where you got that from. That's okay. And I'm not one of them to be like, no, I'm glad because that's what we supposed to do. We family around here. Ain't no, you know what I'm saying? It's them and us. But when I say it's family, so I'll never be mad. I'm glad. I just want us to actually bridge a lot of this nonsense shit that everybody got. Because what it is too many flags. It's kind of like the brother in here, Kabir Bey, when I just was talking about the Moors. Because remember one time, you wanted to be a Moor, or you were studying about the Moors, right? Well, you were studying Nation of Islam, then you wanted to be a Moor, right? And I told you, right, study it. You know, you study and read about it. Then once you figure all that out, then you know you make a better decision. And so a brother like that, Abdul Kabir, he gonna be able to spit that game to you about being a Moor, right? Because he won. I mean, his name, him. I think a couple other brothers in here too. So they gonna be able to tell you on that. Now again, the only thing I got when it comes to those institutions is the flag. Because see, the ideology makes sometimes they can't have real camaraderie with other nations is because, again, like I said, the pig, right? I'm just going to use it, the pig, right? Now the pig, they say if I'm a pig eating nigga, you ain't going to be able to fuck with me because I eat pig. I mean, you might say, oh, you cool, nah, woo, but when it comes to that pig, you got to put that pig down, right? And I get it for health reasons. And the pig ain't shit but a big ass rat. I get all that. Right? I get all that. But sometimes you got to drop some of that shit so that you can actually have unification with people just for the simple fact that you got a difference in ideology. That's all. But we, under this umbrella of shit of oppression, that's where our common bond is. That's what links us. See, sometimes we be thinking because of the black skin, but see, they say everything in my skin ain't my kin. And people will show you that every time. So we can't get even tricked on that. But what you got, but the one thing that should be universal, just like the nod used to be universal. You see somebody you didn't know, give them that little nod, they gave the nod back. That was universal. When we gonna start looking at that is we used to be like we could understand that the uniform, that's what I call it. The uniform, you see the uniform, you're supposed to recognize the uniform. No matter where you go, you on my team. But that's because so many people are cloaked and hide behind and use they uniform to actually be on the other team. You see what I'm saying? And that's the hardest thing to detect. You got people in the same uniform, but they on the other team. Like, you know, so that's if you could drop the flag, and which is barriers, and then just commingle all those different ideologies and come down with some kind of think tank and say, all right, we keep this, we take that, we'll take this, you know what I'm saying? And then make it become one. Now what you done did is you done created your own. It's like saying, for instance, when you're a shorty, you might watch Michael Jordan coming up. You watch Bruce Lee coming up. You watched, you know what I'm saying, Malcolm. Okay, these are people that you study. What you do is you take all that you like of that and you combine and make one. And now that's you. Why can't we make, okay, like us being identified? Like, you got people calling us African Americans. Right? They're calling us African Americans. We didn't vote like the Indians. We didn't vote for that. Right? We didn't vote for that. So we could come up with our own term. I see Moors and them not gonna like that. Hebrew Israelites not gonna like that. You know what I'm saying? The Christians ain't gonna like that because the ideology of what they already got. Not saying that it's outdated, but what we're gonna say is let's take what's great and good from that, what's great and good from that, what's great, and then become one. And then we're gonna rename it and say, this is who he is. Now we got identity. Now you want to talk about sovereignty and all that. We are not self-identifying. We ain't let somebody else call us what they want to call us. See, we could do that. But again, you know what the problem going to be? Who gets the lead and say do what? It's going to always be something. That's why I said we got to drop the flags and just look at the uniform and be like, that's what we coming with. That's the uniform. That's it. We got a uniform. Let's ride with that and we good. But that's what we're fighting against. Too many splinter groups, too many different other shit. So it's hard to do. And so with that being said, man, you know, I don't want to make this video 4 hours. Y'all always said 3:10. Nobody want to come out. Everybody, I'm loving the fact that y'all just sitting in here and listening to us shooting this shit in here. We done got off the damn topic. We ain't talk about none of the damn video. I don't think nobody was talking about none. It was just some crazy. Again, it's just news stories of things that, you know. Did you hear this? Because a lot of times when you watching the news, you see it be us. But a lot of stuff you and seeing here ain't gonna be us all the time. You get to show other people. Like there was a story I was gonna do that yesterday. That you see that story about that little 10-year-old girl? There's a story in India that they raped a 4-year-old. And now check this out. Not that they just raped the 4-year-old. She was in ICU when they did it. She was in ICU, intensive care unit, right? Now what kind of shit is that? That motherfuckers is that depraved to do some shit like that. And they was Indians of the Indian kind, not this. Matter of fact, you know that word native. You know how they be talking about native Indian. You know what native really is? Slave. So you talking about Native American? The etymology of that word goes back to slave. Huh? Slave. Just like vote. The word vote means wish or vow. Right? So all them people went out there talking about they going to vote. It was nothing but a wish. You wishing. You wishing for some shit. Huh? See, they got the game twisted. See, it's connotated like they got you thinking the word this, but if you don't get into the etymology, and I know more know this, get into the etymology of words, then you understand the true meaning of what this language that you're speaking. And that's why they say spell. They got your ass under a spell. So a lot of times people think because they got a degree, right? They intelligent and smart. And yes, you know, but you know that degree is nothing but a passport. That's what it boils down to, a passport. You have access to get into the shit that we have laid that says you have fit the criteria to get. Without it, you locked out. So now we all keep professing about going to school, getting a good education, and then we got a lot of people who got degrees and shit that can't get a job. So what's wrong with that picture? Right? What's wrong with that picture? See, that's because it ain't about all that. See, it's about some of the stuff that out the box I'm talking about building, being self-sufficient, you know, our dollars as black people being able to, you know, circulate that, and we all touching it. So and then again, we don't let everybody else touch it. See, that's what everybody else do. They make sure their dollars is staying within the confines of them and theirs, and then they build. We don't get to do that. So okay. So anyway, man, I don't want to keep going on longer, and then people hanging on. Some probably falling damn asleep, or if not, they ain't already asleep. Yeah, right. And plus, I haven't talked to you in a minute. And again, I don't know if this was the best place to do it, but I'm glad that you did decide to come in here and do it. And again, I can't believe this phone ain't working, man. They got to make me go in here and have to tweak that too. So
I think the other number that called you was the first Thomas.
He ain't tried to call. Yeah, let me see. Let me look on this. Let me see if I didn't get no buzz saying that. Let's see, missed call from. I got you. Yeah, I got. It's showing your name. You got your with the K on it, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's you. So yeah, nobody else has. At least that's not what it's showing. I just don't know why it's not doing what it's doing. So I might have to go back and tweak it again to see what's going on. But like I said, now that I got the Google Voice number, they can get access to shit. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is, man. But what we're gonna do is, how about this? I'm gonna go ahead and even the chat room, they ain't saying nothing. I guess everybody just kind of listen. I thought Kabir was he's saying ready. I thought you gonna call in, brother. Or you want to get in a conversation. Let's see, 7 people up in here. I guess I can go ahead and I can see that there's 7 in there now. I can, because again, I can see the, like, behind the.
Did it show you?
Me in there?
Like the names that's in there?
Yeah, if you comment, I can see when you comment. So that's why I was giving anybody who in there who comment. That's why I'll go in there and I'll give you, you know, I'll shout you out. And so that's how I be knowing. And when I don't see none, like sometimes I'll start the show and I'll be like, let me see who in there. And I don't see when I don't see some of the names that I know, I'll be like, I'm in here with a bunch. I don't know who up in here. I don't know who y'all up in here. Right. But you know, right, you know, and they do come in. Like, again, you'll be surprised how many white people will subscribe to this show. Because they know I'm telling they know I'm telling the truth. But what happened is I'll start going to certain places, and then what they'll do is they'll start dropping. Like if you notice, I make sure y'all can see the.
You almost got 3,000 subscribers.
Man, I've been that. Well, check this out. They gave me a notification about 2-3 months ago and said, Mr. Blow Your Mind, congratulations on your 1,000 subscribers. I'm like, motherfucker, I've been past that. So what kind of bullshit they playing? Right? They don't. I'm sure that when I come on.
In the beginning of your video to subscribe and stuff. I know that sounds kind of bad, but like I see other YouTubers do it, and I think it works. And just a reminder.
Well, okay, check this out. I remember like one night when I had did a show, and what I did is I asked the people who subscribed. So when I went and looked, I could not find them in there. So I didn't know whether they were lying to me or the fact that it wasn't short. And the matter of fact that the number, when I went through it, there's no way it could be the number that they say I got. You understand? I didn't go through 2,900 or 3,000 people looking, and I was like, where the rest of the people at? You see what I'm saying? So I'm like, some funny shit. It's some funny shit going on. And then they were sending me notifications telling me that from 2013, 2015, 2017, we still trying to correct your subscriber number. So if I had video that went 275,000, I don't know how many people might have subscribed. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how many people. As a matter of fact, it was probably even more than 275,000, but they stopped it. They stopped it. They put a restriction on it, and they said you couldn't comment on it. I was like, I thought that was what I was supposed to be able to do. Make it what disable to comment. That's what you're supposed to be able to do. No, they disabled because, again, white folks were saying some of the most vilest, wildest shit. And it's like, what you so angry about? Wait, how y'all be like? Why you big mad? How you like, big mad? You know what I'm saying? They're like, you big mad? Like, why you big mad? Like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Big mad. Like, what you so big mad about? You know what I'm saying? I mean, that was the report y'all said. And that's the thing. I go get what y'all put out there. I ain't made up nothing. The only thing that I'm going to go get is the history that I done read too. So I'll put the history in, tie it in with, you know, when it's appropriate. Other times, I just, look, here y'all, did y'all see this? Look, check that out, right? Because I know everybody else got other stuff they doing. I have the time to be able to do that, and so that's why I can come in every night, give you 6, 7, 8 stories. I could do it. You see what I'm saying? And it's for the education because, again, our people don't believe. That is the main thing. They don't believe. You want to believe something else. You don't want to believe. And I know that's not easy. It's not easy for you to think that, you know, you have to look at people in a certain way. And I'm not saying all of them like that. It's just that you have to be, let's say, cautious as a snake. You have to be cautious. Because, again, the old sign, what was that song? Smiling Faces. Don't make me start singing, y'all. You know I'll do it. You know, I'll start singing, right? Smiling faces sometimes. They don't tell the truth. Right? They don't tell the truth. But they'll do it. And backstabbing and all that good shit. But it's just a reminder, right? Sometimes you have to be reminded because sometimes we get real forgetful. And that's why you be seeing, like, I done show stories where you see brothers, okay, like couple, let's say about three shows ago, I did the one with the brother that had the white girl. Him and this boy, they running trains on the white girl. Oh, they thought that was bad. They thought they had it good. Right? They run the train on the white girl. They was at the party. It was all cool. And she called rape because she said people they start talking, got around the school. And so she had to try to, you know, protect her name. So she said, they raped me. Then they got a case. If that girl didn't break and say that she lied, Now, I'm not saying that a sister would do that to you, but you have to read. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's some out here that would do that to you. But again, if Bill Cosby had all sisters, he wouldn't be locked up. because they wouldn't have gave, you understand? They wouldn't have gave a shit. I'm not condoning saying I don't give a shit. I'm just saying they don't go after you as strongly. But when you mess with one of them, and see, some of us done, you know, the brand new ones, they don't see that. And they think, oh, you're racist. Man, look. I know somebody who went to school, say he was dating a girl, they consensual. She claimed the same thing. He had to get up out the school. And he was on a scholarship, had to leave, go somewhere else. And then anytime that school played that school, he wasn't allowed to come to the school. I was like, Then it came with this Me Too stuff. So I told him, I said, you know what, this possible, boy. He might come back, because that happened, like, this was during the time I'm talking, you know, when me and you, we, you know, going through, you know, teaching and mentoring, it was going through at that time. And we're talking about, this is recent. And they just made him leave the school. She may come back, pop up, and be like, you know, hey, ta-da, you know. So, you know, I mean, with Derrick Rose, it happened, remember the Derrick Rose story, right? You know what I'm saying? Tupac was the same thing. Matter of fact, those who seen that, it was on that Vlad video. That woman came on there, and when you listen to that story, according to, she was dealing with him, and they was in the room, and partners come run up in there, and you know they did the do, and I guess he could have stopped, but again, if you running with ruffians and thugs, right? And motherfucker ain't trying to hear that, then you know what I'm saying? I guess he was like, what could he do? You know, I'm just assuming again, but so he the one caught the whole charge on that when it was consensual with him, but again, because he was the name and so forth, and they wanted him. He ended up catching that case on that. And so, you know, sometimes being wrong place, wrong time, and depending on who it is. So I'm just saying that I keep those stories hot because we got, again, there's an older audience in here that ain't got to worry about that. But we just talking about your age group, right? Your age group and a little bit down. Y'all got to understand that everything ain't glitter, ain't gold. No matter how much they probably, it's like the Dow test. In your mind, you like the Dow test. That's how y'all is. Y'all see black is ugly and all else and everything white is right. And then, you know, it's status symbol. You got her on your arm and everything good. But, you know, sometimes that may be, you know, get you in trouble. And then, you know, the funny part is some of these the brand new ones got Generation X parents or grandparents or kind of some boomers, and they know, but they don't want to rock the boat because they know that's kind of it's a little outdated for today, so they don't say nothing. But they know they be wanting to say something. They come to my damn house. I'll be like, yeah, for over here for. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? We're going to have that conversation. Like, look, you better know all the ins and outs, because okay, check this out. I done show stories where, okay, I'll give you two examples. One was a boy and his grandmama. Police pulled them over talking about some black people called them and said that two black men was robbing this white woman. And come to find out that this boy was this was the white woman's grandson, right? Then there was another little girl that was, I guess she was adopted, went into the dentist or was to the doctor, and the people questioned her whether she a kid, so because she was gonna use the insurance, and they wouldn't believe her. Like, that ain't your job. But see but you get what I'm saying? That ain't your job. But that's how this racism shit is getting. It's getting to that level. It's getting to that point that they are feeling some kind of way because, again, like I played that video a couple nights ago where he said, well, if she wants to get with a thug or any other, that's we don't care. They can have. No, you need all you can get because all of them can't have babies no damn way, right? A lot of them can't have babies. That's the problem. A lot of them is having problems having babies. If they're not doing that infertilities, if they're not doing all that, they're not just having babies. They're having problems with that. Otherwise, what was the report about? What was the whole thing about them, going extinct about? See, so it's some truth to that. They know it's some truth to that, and so that kind of make them up a little bit unhappy, and so that's what we're seeing. When you're seeing they just going out their way and making up situations and ain't nobody to back it up or validate. They say, or somebody called us and come to find there ain't none of that shit that even happened. So they'll say, young brothers out here got to be careful. And then, matter of fact, look at LeBron Ball's son, right? Ain't she she got the baby now? Look at Scottie Pippen, right? Huh?
What happened? I haven't been,
Well, yeah, well, the situation with the Scottie Pippen situation is this. Okay, he been with her so long that they done had four children, right? Now all of a sudden they getting a divorce. So the day that they did the divorce, she out partying. But she already did the situation with the Future, right? With Future.
Future, yeah.
Right? So, okay, right then and there, okay, you can reconcile. Don't get me wrong. I'm pretty sure, the situation where shit happened where you can reconcile if you want to do that, right? You could reconcile. And I guess he tried that, right? But again, now look at it. She talking about, okay, she stayed because this would end up happening. It come to find out not too long ago, decided to do what? The prenup. She talked him to, we don't need the prenup no more. We've been together. We got 4 kids. Okay. Right? Okay. I love you. Okay, that's what he did, right? So he left that damn prenup. I'm gonna divorce. Now he looking like a fool. It takes a fool to learn that love don't love no. That's what happened here. It takes a fool, right?
Yeah, Leopard Thomas said, you laid down with Becky, you wake up losing half.
Right. They pulling you on the elbow if they can't. Look, now again, when you young, you can get Becky because again, you giving them identity. Yeah, remember I talked about that yesterday. Though. Remember I made some fun, and again, I apologize to anybody who was offended by that when I talked about Hispanics and having the balls around the top of the ride and the horn. Remember that I did that. And Indians not wearing deodorant. Okay, but I'm just saying, right? But that was the culture of the time. But am I lying? And then they had the little tight suit, Olay, right? Again, that if you've been around, that's how they used to be, and that ain't me knocking them. That's just what it was. But the lines got blurred is because a lot of them are now born here, first, second generation. And they ain't got no identity. They ain't trying to be like their parents. So they end up being like you and I. And so that's why that brother, that teacher, the music teacher, two-piece the little boy is because, you know what I'm saying, he was saying a little bit too many niggas out of his mouth. Right? He was saying, and brother, coming up out of the 50s, he was getting flashbacks. Right? And so he caught the two-piece.
Wait. There was a white kid saying nigga?
California. They was in California. So there's only 2 things in California other than Hollywood. Hispanics and blacks. And I think the blacks are getting real small in Cali too. But that's what it was. And when you see the tape and you see the school, And matter of fact, they showed another replay of him. He had fought some other students before then. So it's like, again, that racial element is always there. And so I'm just saying about the Buffy aspect, man. Just taking it back to the Buffy aspect. They when you young, you get them is because you give them an identity. Like when you in school. And look, you on the football team, basketball team, all that stuff. They want you because the potential you got, right? You got potential, right? You got potential. And that's the difference between sisters when they in college with the white girl. A sister will want somebody because she coming from struggle. And when she get to the college, she ain't trying to be like, oh, nigga got just a scholarship. He ain't got nothing, can't take no, okay, she ain't looking for that, right? White girl already come with everything, right? She used to having money, right? Got cars and little stuff and all that. Material ain't nothing because they got all this shit from off our ancestors. So material is never going to be one of their gripes. So what she want is she want a man. Or she think. And then again, they go to college to what he say, going back to America, coming to America, go sow your royal oats. Right, so they go to college to sow their royal oats, right? That's what they do. They go to college to sow them oats, and so that's what they get to do all their experiment. And so some motherfucker who kind of already had some self-hatred, he get with a Buffy, and he done fell in love because why? She let him get the car, get the credit card. You know what I'm saying? Do all kind of stuff that some things sisters just be like, I ain't finna do all that. Old Buffy gonna do everything. She ain't got no limits. Matter of fact, that's what that whole shit was about with Kavanaugh. Don't you know our women is wild like that? And you gonna talk about rape? She was down with that. That's what they was basically saying. Hey man, don't you know how women that now they saying they all wild and they lie and they do that. So they can't claim rape. We know how they is when they get drunk. Anybody can get that. Right? That's what they saying. So that's what happened. You know what I'm saying? So you young, you get the Buffy, she see the potential. Okay, she'll ride with you. Okay? Just like Tiger. Tiger went and got him. Tiger went and got him a maid. All the women he could have pulled. He went and got them. Now, she was one of them maids. Now, again, for those who like that type. Now, was that a front? Was that a front? Because, the golfers set him up with her. So, I guess she been nanny for a whole lot of other mugs, right? Doing the Arnold Schwarzenegger stuff, right? If you know about the Arnold Schwarzenegger, about how he ended up having his son that he got now through the maid, right? so that's what he did. He went and wiped up the maid. Then, he still had sold his royal oats. He didn't get it out. You know what I'm saying? That's the one thing. And again, I'm not condoning. I'm just saying when you going through those growing pains at that time, you getting all that out. You get all that out, right? So now when you finally ready to settle, you didn't get all of that. So when you been, he been playing golf. Father was training him ever since he was little. He never got to go party. Like Michael Jackson talking about he wanted to be a kid, Peter Pan and all that shit because he didn't get to do all that. So you didn't get all that shit out. So that's why he had the sex addiction. This nigga was going to motherfucking Denny's and shit and picking up waitresses. That's what Tiger, that's what Tiger was doing. He was picking up waitresses and shit, right? Right? And it got to the point that they had him looking like, remember how they all them women with Bill Cosby? Remember when they did Tiger did the same shit? It was looking like Miss Clairol, all that, and so on and so on. Remember they had to do that commercial and so on, and 4, and then it was 8, and then it was 16, then it was 32, so on. And it was like, damn, boy, all them waitresses. You know what I'm saying? You was going to Vegas. Don't they got that in Vegas where you can order up women like you order a taco on a menu or some shit, right? Right? So
you know what's crazy? You know what this one white girl told me one time?
What'd she tell you?
She's like, yo, I want to have a baby with you. I don't even care if you don't want to be in this life. I just want to have a kid. I want to have a lesbian kid so bad.
Wow.
You
should have jumped out the window. You should have jumped right out the window because that was a setup. Like, you crazy.
Yeah, I ain't deal with it, you know what I'm saying? I was like, I just asked her, I'm like, how you gonna take care of this kid? But I don't know, I'll find a way. I just want to have it so bad. I'm like, that's crazy. That's what this shit is doing to these, you know?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I'm just saying. I mean, again, the game. I'm just looking at the game that being played. I mean, a mug. I mean, here you gonna accumulate. Here it is. You got a God's given gift. You end up, white man gonna give you some money because you're gonna make more money than he ever gonna pay you, right? And then you be able to live some kind of what they say successful life. You got material and you can travel and you can buy a little this and that. And here you got Buffy right here on your arm, right? But you got to remember that, okay, now you know, marriage is like an institution, right? Or a business, right? So now you done brought in, you know, the other side. And then now when something happens to you, you know, you done revert the money back into the team's hand. And I don't think they be thinking about that. And it's like, that's why I think a lot of sisters be angry, is because, like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, what's wrong? It's like, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Right? Ain't nothing wrong with you. Says, hey, Mr. Blows Your Mind loves you all. It's like, I love you all. I don't know about the rest of them. I don't know why. Again, that just ain't that's not my flavor. You feel what I'm saying? That's never been my flavor. And again, teachers on this, that's what you like, that's what you like. But I'm just saying, I've never seen nothing wrong in sisters. The sisters come with so many different varieties and shapes and looks and, you know, just, I mean, come on. They ain't nothing better. They ain't nothing better out here.
I'm gonna keep it honest. You know why? Like, the younger dudes don't like, like, black girls?
I know why. Because they don't like their mama. Because their mama done made them don't like them.
Or even like their sisters. Like, you know, it just reminds them like, them like other sister, other mom. Like, you know?
Right. Mamas be emasculating these boys. Right? They be, you know, they be in there and they be belittling them and stuff. And so what they do, they grow up with this disdain and hatred. And so they don't, when they looking for a woman, they not looking for nothing look like my mama. And so anything outside of my mama, that's where they going. Because, I mean, you got some, I see some people got a channel in here, and they be having stuff in there talking about everything. Like, they talking about, what is it, effeminate. I don't want a woman. I said, what is a code word? You want a white woman? Is that what you saying? Like a black woman ain't feminine. No, she a little too rough, and she, you know, no, she just not gonna take your bullshit. You know what I'm saying? She just not gonna take your bullshit. And let me tell you, ain't nothing better than a nice little fight. You know what I'm saying? It earned that. This one here is like, you know what I'm saying? Just, you know, you kind of like how they be showing they at least the way they try to make the Chinese woman. She's so submissive. Get behind me, you know, take the bullet for me and cook my, you know. So they're like, man, you gotta get your ass in there and make you something. Right? And I'm like, I don't want that. But sometimes, I mean, sometimes, I ain't gonna say, oh, I'm just saying, sometimes you want a little fight. Like, what? Okay. All right. Okay.
But when you look at it, like, you kind of not understand, but like, you can see, because like the quote unquote women things to do aren't like you know how women are supposed to cook. Like, I don't know any cook that know how to cook, or like, you know, like you know what I'm saying, cleaning, they don't do like that. I mean, like you know what I'm saying, like the old traditional ways of how women is.
That's the key word. You said the key word, old tradition. No, because again, independence killed that. It's like, you know how they say holy water to a vampire? A kitchen became holy water to women. You know what I'm saying? You talk about going there and getting that kitchen and making something to eat. No, we're going to pick up a menu and call out and deliver. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no being on no cooking in there. So that's why a lot of men end up learning how to cook is because either they got a mama that didn't cook, depending on what generation you come out. Because where I grew up at, mama cooked every day. Mothers used to, I said like homies and stuff and kick it, and be like, mother, somebody talk about what they ate last night. I used to hate them but say it because I might have had. Okay, I eat non-pig eating niggas. I might have had pork chops that. You know what I'm saying? I might have had some pork chops that night and some greens and some cat. You know, and then the next night it'd be a pot roast. The next night we had turkey. The next night it might have been a ham. You know what I'm saying? Mama cooked every day, so I wasn't used to having no woman that didn't know how to do that. And the funny is, let's say you got Generation X and baby boomers. Generation X women know how to cook. Let me tell you, because they come from mamas who come from boomers. Boomer mamas know how to cook. Generation women know how to cook, but ass ain't going in that damn kitchen. I'm sorry, I got to keep them, honey. They ain't going in that kitchen. I tell you, that's holy water. That's the vampire. They ain't going in there unless you just meeting them. And they putting that PR man on you. I put that PR man on you, the public relation man or that public relation person. And nice when you first meet them, and they, man, what, dessert too? Wow. Then I have to get used to you like, damn, what have you done for me lately? None of that no more. None of that no more. Like, damn. Now, I'm not saying all sisters out here. I'm saying those who know who fit, again, throw the rock and the dog will yell. And so I'm just saying that would be happening. So they be knowing how to cook. And when they do go in that kitchen, and when you do, you be like, your ass can cook. They just don't want to do that shit. Because they feel like it's like, I don't know, I can't say from a woman's perspective to say, I think they think that shit is some kind of like demeaning, like you said, old fashioned. They got that in their head because again, it's funny how like, okay, black women, we know, let's say historically, black women were working as maids is one way that they were making their money. So they was cooking and cleaning in white people's house. So, our people were cooking. Boy, by the time we get around after these millenniums, all these damn shows that come on the goddamn TV, white people cooking their ass off. Huh? Rachel Ray and all that shit, and Martha Stewart and all. Damn, white people know how to cook? What, really? Boy, you ever ate some food white people cook? Boy, like they ain't never seen Lowry South. Where is the taste? Where the fuck is the taste at? Everything bland. Salt and pepper. What the fuck? Man, you better put some Lowry on this shit. We need some Lowry. They ain't got no Lowry or no accent. None of that shit. They don't do that shit. But, that's...
I seen this one thing, it was like, it's old, because like, it was like back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Because like, someone was getting at her for like cooking for her man all the time or whatever. And she was like my man, like my husband goes out there to work every day and gets treated like a slave. So at least I can do is cook him a meal when he gets home, and so you can feel like a king.
I mean, men love to hear that as part of our ideology, but the reality of it is, if you do get one, because again, the old saying that say, the way to get to a man's heart is through his stomach, right? And so, I think that art has gotten lost somewhere. Again, because independent. Because again, if you into the workforce and you trying to establish yourself and become independent and professional and all that, you ain't gonna have time to do that. You understand? You're not gonna have time to do that. And that's where a lot of the families dysfunctional is coming, because again, children are raising themselves. Mama leave $5 in a hot pocket and talking about that's dinner. That kind of shit, right? What? Come on. Okay, so again, they don't got time. There's only 24 hours in a day. And so if you got to spend 8, 10, 12 hours you working, hustling all day, and take you 2 hours to and back and fro, shit, you done ate up most of your damn day, so they ain't got time. And then still trying to find somebody compatible and have a relationship with. So, you know, we ain't got time for all that. And then when they do got it, it's, you know, people, you know, again, PR person, the public relation person when people meet, versus that once they know, then they let their hair down and then you get to see who they is. Because, you know, that front's there for a nice minute until you get comfortable. And then after that, then you see the real them, and then you have to evaluate whether that's what you want to deal with or not. But for the most part, you know, we all got some kind of luggage and damages due to the fact of what we've been dealing with. But a lot of people, again, they short-minded. And I think the reason what's wrong with the younger generation, from a person looking at, I ain't gonna say it's a problem. I just think that you got too many different damn choices. You see, when you go back a little bit, when you didn't have all this different, let's say, you ever heard, y'all got that in Canada? It was an ice cream parlor named 31 Flavors. We had 33 while I was there, but they used to be called 31 Flavors, meaning you go in there, they had 31 different flavors of ice cream. That's how y'all is. Y'all got too many different flavors of ice cream to choose from, and that's why you can't be loyal. Can't be loyal. That's why you can't be loyal. She'll cook in the beginning, LT. She gonna cook for you in the beginning, but it's later down the line, and then once you to put that kind of time in, you like, okay, you might be you might try to impress her that you can cook. Once she done turned you and got you there, you're gonna stay in that kitchen. She gonna try to keep you in that damn kitchen. You know what I'm saying? So I feel what you're saying, LT. But again, like I said, you should definitely know that changed. From baby boomer to Generation X, that changed. Because the Generation X women was the one now starting to become independent. And there's nothing wrong with making your own money. I'm just saying that kitchen became holy water. You doing that. So, you know what I'm saying? But if you knew the mama would be cooking. The mama can cook. But that Generation X woman, sometimes they'll just they like that. They ain't going in that kitchen. I don't know what happened, but you know. But we're gonna have to get that. We're gonna have to regain. You're gonna have to regain that. If you want them brothers that's going other places, because see that's the other thing. They going to these other women. They only going because of the psychosis that's been trained to make everything outside of y'all look and supposed to be better. But if you came with everything to package the way that we know you got, they have to come back. Now, don't get me wrong. Some of them other ones, they because some of their culture is to cook. Like you deal with them Filipinos, and so they be cooking. Now, I don't know about them new ones, right? Nah, yeah, everybody. You know, again, the Caucasian culture has put a lot of damage. You know what I'm saying? Fast food and restaurants have killed a lot of that shit. They ain't cooking like that. They'll warm a hot dog up. They'll microwave a cheese, but they. He want consistent cooking. All right, LT. Okay, yeah, hot pocket. Now that's what we gonna get, LT. You gonna get a hot pocket. Gonna put $5 on the dresser drawer and talk about go to KFC and get you a hot pocket or something. Well, LT, but you know what I'm saying, you already went through all that growing pain. You at the stage you at right now, you can do that. When you a young man he got to go through that. He don't get to have a demand. Again, matter of fact, let me take that back. There's young men, like, again, there's some shows on this internet that they got some young men in the corner who they They did what the women did of Generation X going up from the 80s to 90. They became independent. They made sure they got their job, their schooling, and their money. Now they looking back and saying, okay, what kind of woman I want. And so what they saying is sisters don't fit their criteria. Now they doing the same shit that some of us who went through the 80s and 90s with. This is what they doing now to the sisters. And so now the sisters don't match up to them. And so they saying, we want everything other than you. See, we want everything other than you. And that's what happened. See, they're doing the demand. They're saying what they want. And then I seen the dude that was talking, and it was funny. He was talking, and I was in there, and they was talking about that they with a feminine woman, they ain't want that harsh shit. And I was like, ain't never code word for a white woman. So they were trying to like, okay, like they want to ignore it. And then I tell you, the ancestors always working with me. And lo and behold, the dude that was doing all the damn talking, this snow beast came and gave him a plate. And I was like, ain't that about? No wonder you talking like that. And then I recognized all of them was like that. I was like, yeah. Yeah, you always talking bad about the sister, and then all of a sudden the snow beast came with a plate. And I was like, yeah, I seen it. Snow beast. Y'all being nice, snow bunny. I say snow beast. Take that snow beast, man. You can have it. That's okay. Y'all can have it. I don't want them. Y'all can have them. I don't want it. That's not my thing. Again, you know, I like how the creation does it, right? You don't see no tigers, even though they will. And that's the thing. They'll go try to show you. Matter of fact, though, y'all remember when I did that? The two gay penguins. I'm talking about they want to mate with the eggs. He white man, he crazy. He'll say anything. See, even the animals are gay. Man, you know, get out of here with all that. You understand? You like what's in you see, like, this how crazy it is. They'll make dogs and cats, right? You be seeing these videos. I know some of y'all, because I know all at the box because you say you be watching the funny stuff. You be seeing videos and stuff, dog and cat so tough, he chasing the dog running and yelling and screaming and shit. Like, what done happened? See, he altering shit. See, so all this alteration of shit. So now people don't know where you fit in, what you get in. So anything is acceptable. And then the people that's produced by it, then what you expect happening? Why you think everybody out here confused and fucked up like that? See, I got a source book that I got in here that I had studied some years back, and it give you the whole science about how they mix. They did that intentionally, and they knew exactly what they were getting. If I go pull it out right now and read some of that stuff to y'all, you wouldn't believe. You'd be like, I'm making it up. They know what if you mix this with that and what kind of outcome it becomes. They already know that. They've been practicing on. You got to think about it, they've been practicing on that for hundreds of years now. So they know that science to that. It's just we don't know. So they give you the mantra, multicultural living, everybody love everybody. And again, you can love anybody you want. I'm not telling you not to do that. I'm just saying, so when the children come, that's why they be torn, because they don't know how they fitting in. You know what I'm saying? So I guess you're just gonna have to make a whole country like that, and then it ain't about that. Is that the creator's plan? Maybe it could be. It could be. The only way you could probably kill this racism shit. But he's fighting to keep preserving himself. So as long as that's there, then there's always going to be that problem. You see what I'm saying? So mixing could be an answer. But even if everybody mix, they're still going to find a way to be like, there's some differences somewhere. Because, I mean, shit, the creation is made with varieties of difference. Right? Tigers, you know, hippopotamus and toucan Sams and all that stuff. Again, variety, give you some difference. If everything was the same, shit, it would be boring. So I don't understand why people don't want to respect the fact that we who love being black, maintain our blackness, and acts like that's a problem. It should never be a damn problem.
LT said, yeah, I hear you. Young men have to start looking for sisters that cook.
White woman food is bland. Fuck that. That's what he said. That's what he said. I read it. Yeah, I read it. So yeah.
Love your own woman. Black man with black woman. Period.
I don't think nobody got a problem with that. It's just that coming from you, me, LT, we already know that it's. I mean, this one we talking to, right? The Night Killer, and he got a good head on this. He understand, but again, sometimes it's like you could be in a situation, and that's I think this is one of the dynamics of it. Sometimes they in situations economically, and again, like I said, by being young, again. The younger the white person is, the more they got no problem with you, right? They young, they know the worship, they understand greatness, they will accept that. It's the one that get a little older that be trying to like, oh no, I'll never kneel you, right? I don't give a how you know. But see, the younger ones, they will respect that. So I'm just saying, when they're younger, you can get them. And then if you're in this economical situation, they ain't got no problem to giving you everything to maintain and hold you. So I think a lot of brothers see that as an opportunity to get out of the house, and they go there. Because you can't go to sister house, because sister's going to be like, you ain't got no money, you ain't got no job. She ain't trying to hear that. They ain't trying to hear that. I don't care how good you is. You know what I'm saying? I don't get that. Because again, the way we've been structured, materialist. That's why they kind of say black woman and the white man are compatible, like the white woman and the black man are compatible. I'm just saying that shit. I'm just saying that's what they be trying to actually insinuate. Like black women be acting as like how the white man in that rolling, that controlling, dominant aspect, and that'll be making a lot of brothers. That's what they say. The sister be saying stuff like, he don't like a strong black woman and woo this it, right? So you intimidate him, but you can't intimidate that white man. You see, you can't intimidate him because he ain't looking. He's like, I'm the white man, right? So here's the white woman who feels she can't get right with the white man, right? He always got a second to none, can't really do shit, just sit down and be there. I'll take care of everything, and that's kind of like what go through. So they looking like the two looking at each other like, while the black woman and the white man talking with each other, they looking at each other. So that's how all this mixing shit is beginning, because there's some compatibility in just the way that they trying to obtain shit. Like you got black women who want look at all this election. Who all won? Who was all in there running, trying to get in a position? They weren't black men. Black women out here trying to get all up in that White House and getting that Congress and Senate. Black man like, I ain't trying to be involved in that bullshit. I know what this game about. But the black woman feel like she can get in there because she know him. She thinks she can, you know what I'm saying? I could change him. You know what I'm saying? I could change him. Oh, they knocked you out. Knocked them out. All right, that's the only way we can get you out of here. They want me to get off. It's 4 hours anyway. The man up and get a job. A real man won't lay up on a woman and let a female take care of you. Hold on, let me cut this call off. Let me cut this off. Can we end this? Thank you. Can we end that? Can you end that? There we go. I think that's it. It hung up. Yeah, by the way. Okay, it's good because it's 4 hours, man. This video way too damn long. Talk too much shit. I probably won't even let this video stay up, so you better take a copy if you can get it. So, anyway, y'all, I didn't mean to have this kind of dialogue being put on here. Young brother just got out. Knew he was gonna call, didn't expect him to call. He did, so I hadn't spoke to him in a minute. Y'all heard the story. He done, just getting out. I'm glad to even have the conversation with him. Again, you heard a little bit of the background as into, me and some of the mentorship that I have done with some of the young men out here, and he's one of them. He's a prime example of it. I mean, you can see he got away from me for a minute. Yeah, you laughing though, right? Yeah, he got away, and then but see, that's how it is. The prodigal son, right? You let him get there, let him give him all his head, and let him go run out there, and he'll go, and then he'll know how to come back when needed. So guess what? Y'all got the chance to see it live in the flesh. So I'm gonna go ahead and end it because this is way too long. There was a lot of stuff in here said, and was really not on topic. And somebody gonna be watching me like, what the hell is all that shit is? So I want to thank everybody who came out tonight. LT, who else in here? Who else I got up in here? Damn. Boy, this thing got this thing with it. Boy, Kelly, you done made everything that work. Yeah, you said it hung up, by the way. Yeah, it hung up because they got tired of us talking what we was talking about. That's what that was. Stay up night. We need you out here. Okay. We need you out here, brother. Okay. Oh, you talking to night. Okay. Who else up in here? Look like that's it. Oh, no. Roach. Who else in here? Mr. Spencer. I guess he might be still here. Digit King. They probably all gone. Yeah, Beer, Kabir. I'm going to make sure this phone get fixed, y'all. I don't know what happened. I don't know why it do what it been doing. But tomorrow's show, hopefully I'm going to try to change the time. I'm trying to get on a little earlier, maybe an hour or two earlier to get it done. And again, I'm going to end the show tonight. I want to thank everybody for showing up. Excuse the babble if I got you babbling, talking a little shit. But again, like I said, young brother is somebody who I had been and didn't expect him to actually come through tonight, and he did. So I wanted to give him some time and let y'all see a little bit and just hair down. But again, it's good. So, let me go ahead and end the show the way I do. And, it is stay black, stay strong, stay positive. Until the next show, let's see. Let's get it.
Portions of the phone